Hello, everyone, and welcome to our painting webinar number 4 of 2021. We're so excited. We have such an amazing group of people. Sorry about the glitches and the missing emails, and I apologize. But I'm glad everyone's here, and thanks for being so considerate and helpful. Today is Friday, January 29th, 2021. If you're watching us from the future, we're still standing and painting. So we're so excited for today. Uh, Jen, how are you, my love?
I'm awesome. I'm so excited to see these paintings. I love a moody paint. I actually, you know what? I have clouds downstairs of a local painter here in LA that I bought. Actually, Julio, you know her, Kate Caldwell.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll take a picture and upload it to the album so you guys can see it because it's really beautiful. And you can, we'll have another painting in there.
Yeah, that's so yeah, that's so exciting. Yeah, please do, because I haven't um actually, this is a good reminder that I should probably like reach out to her, but because she's so wonderful. She's such a nice person. I know that she had a baby, and but
Yeah, that baby is now like 8 years old. I
I
know.
just broke. Oh my gosh.
I totally see.
So yeah, please upload it. I'm really excited. I just blabbered for 50 minutes yesterday. I apologize. Some of you deserve a medal for listening to all that nonsense, but hopefully that was enough to inspire you to join today. And we have a tremendous group. I think we can recover that word now that it's the nightmare is over. Anyhow, so yeah, we have a tremendous group. Don't think this is going to be easy. So I hope you joined because you really want to paint clouds and not because this is just going to be super, super easy. I'm going to challenge you guys. And also, we have a phenomenal group of people that have painted with us many times, and I can't wait. So we had several questions. Amanda, thanks so much for your wonderful email. I'm using a photograph that I've taken last week when I started tracking. I mean, I'm glad it's raining now, but this is far from a storm, if you ask me. So I'm a little bit disappointed because the past like few days I was so invested in this storm that this is okay. I mean, it's just like a rain, but anyhow, so many things to talk about. But we're recording this session. Some people like to just watch the session now and then take notes. Some people watch it again after and continue painting. And some people altogether, they just watch it later because they didn't have a chance. But yeah, I'll send the email with the link to the replay. And we started the year with the toasters, and then Kamala Harris portraits, which we're still working on it. Our pillows last week, and now we're doing in the clouds. So we have 4 webinars. They're still available if you're interested in catching up. Now that it's the beginning of the year, we are making a push to make sure that we include as many paintings as possible in our gallery. And that's another thing that I wanted to say, that if you want the work to be featured, we offer our platform as an opportunity to just showcase it. So yeah, and some people have taken advantage, and we have produced a sale so far. So we're really excited, but just have that in mind. We have many studio time sessions during the week. So you can also join us later and continue working. We will consider the first session or this session at the end of it as work in progress, and more so that you guys now are taking more so that you guys are taking have taken classes or sessions with us. So yeah, and anyhow, so perfect. So I'm gonna switch the spotlight. We have 2 cameras, and I was able to print out the image, and I chose an image that I took when I went hiking this past week. And so yeah, let me see. Okay, so this is perfect. Let me just hold on one second. Yeah, that's very good. And perfect. Yeah, okay, that's good. And yeah, so let me just kind of like go ahead and then align it. So the first thing or the first challenge, depending on what you are working on or you're working with rather, is to just be aware that there's going to be a change in format. And what does that mean? So you may have a photograph that may be square or maybe rectangular, and then you may have um, um, a painting surface that is going to be perhaps a different proportion or a different shape. So three things to consider about the painting or the format. The three things are the size, the shape, and the orientation. So always consider which orientation you're going to use for your painting. This is very important and really fundamental. So I just set up everything in a way that I have everything aligned. I'm using 12 by 16, which is a little bit larger than I would recommend for 2 hours. But since I'm going to be working on this for a little longer, so that's why yeah, I think that's good for the purposes of you guys seeing what I do. And then I just printed this larger image and I'm aligning it at the bottom of it just because I want to do a little bit of a horizontal alignment. This is a cloudscape, so it falls into the category of a landscape. And some of the questions that we were asked, do we have to avoid horizon lines at all costs? Um, most of the images that we proposed or we suggested, they have horizon lines and a little bit of a landscape. You don't have to remove horizon lines if you want to incorporate some of it. I think because it's so thin, I'm going to incorporate the Hollywood Hills right at the bottom. And so there's a dominance of the clouds and then a little bit of the landscape. It all comes down to focal points. And we've learned so much during these past months. And one of the things that we learn is going over the principles of composition. One of the principles of composition talks about or is related to how many focal points are necessary and how we should tackle that. And in very conservative and traditional terms, it seems like there's an agreement to make sure that in our paintings there's a maximum of 3 focal points. I define a focal points. I define a focal point to as something that receives the most attention. It could be an object, but in regards to a space, it could be also an area or a texture or yeah, a negative space. So there is a consensus in regards to the focal point number because unless you have an intention to go beyond that, the more focal points you have, the weaker the impact of your painting. Focal points, 3 focal points doesn't mean like you have to have 3 things and that's it. You could have multiple of things on your painting and concentrate on the density of detail on 3 of them. So the concept of 3 focal points as an average number of um, spotlights on the painting, it's based on perception and also impact of the composition. So I'm saying that because I'm going to consider the bottom part of my painting 1 focal point. Perhaps the clouds would be another focal point, and my third one would be the blue sky behind it. I try to group things, and I've noticed that it facilitates my strategy when I plan for it. So it's not a bad idea before you even lay a line or a mark on the paper to adjust your orientation and think a little bit about how many focal points you want to incorporate in your arrangement. If you're working with a small screen of the iPhone or an iPad, you can still, or you'll probably have to think of this a little bit more in the sense of translating the format of the iPad or the iPhone onto whichever format you use. So luckily with a cloudscape or a landscape, there's a little bit more forgiveness, so we can make more changes in the measuring. But so I'm going to go ahead and start sketching. So I have my 12 by 16. It's rectangular and it's oriented horizontally. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to guide myself with this horizontal uh, alignment. I'm going to start with my potato shapes. And I define potato shapes as a broad silhouette that allows me to plan or play with the arrangement of the objects within the format. So again, the format, three things: um, the size, the shape, and the orientation. Try to group into fewer focal points. Sometimes we get very ambitious and we put a lot of them. So perhaps what I'm going to do is just do my potato shape super simple, maybe a little bit lower. The simpler the subject, the more complex and demanding it's going to be. So it happened many, many times in the past few months. So I'm really looking forward to the challenges of this painting. I work with fast strokes, and the idea here is not to get overwhelmed or too engaged with details, because most likely I'm going to have to manipulate this composition, change it. So I have my first arrangement, and then what I'll do is with a very soft line, because the painting seems to be very, or the image seems to be very high key. So here we go. So I want to make sure that the charcoal doesn't become too permanent. And what I'm doing is I'm trying to organize or plan, sketch, arrange the cloud formation. And knowing that I'm trying to group things together into focal points, it's helping me already categorizing and initiating the idea of different visual planes. So I think I don't have to be precise, but I'm going to actually try to, now that I have the potato shapes, I'm refining things a little bit more. So one of the things that we tend to do with edges and shapes, we make them very regular. And this will be a perfect opportunity to practice irregularities in our painting when we do edges, when we do values. So try to um, move from the potato shape stage into something that it's a little bit more specific in the way the edges of the clouds feel torn. Of course, I'm just using my image as a reference, and I'm pretty sure I haven't checked the images that you guys uploaded, but I'm pretty sure that there are many kinds, and perhaps you have some isolated clouds. I can take a look a little bit later and find out if I could be a little bit more specific. I chose this because of the inequality, unbalance of the composition. I love the fact that there's a huge mass of rain falling. So I like this blurry edge, but then you have a different stage of the cloud that's a little bit more defined. So I felt it was very dramatic, and that's why I chose it. So um, I also love the fact watch for how you crop things along the edges. So another very important um, element of composition is movement, and movement is not defined as how things have the illusion of moving within um, your depiction of reality. Movement has to do about how much space you leave behind or between edges on your arrangement and the sides of the format. Um, It's important because sometimes when we squeeze edges too close to the sides of the format, we create an interruption of the movement of the eyes. So movement has to do with how much space we leave for the viewer of the painting to wander around and observe things from different points. So um, consider that, and in regards to what we're doing right now, consider that and find out how squeezed some of the clouds may be to the edge, and if that's going to create an interruption or not, and also how things are cropped, because especially with cloudscapes, we want to give the illusion of the space being much bigger than it is. And for that, we're going to have to use a lot of cropping. Cropping may be focused on the clouds. Anything that crops on the edge gives the illusion of continuation beyond it. So that's a good way to make the sky look much bigger than it would look like. So what if you don't have any clouds that are cropped? That's also okay, because what's going to get cropped, it's not going to be the physical object. It's going to be the background. So the color of the sky, if you have any color showing, that would be considered like the area that would expand beyond the edges. In fact, perhaps adding a little bit of a detail of landscape would also give the idea of the sky being much bigger than it is. But when it comes down to landscapes, capturing this illusion of space, it's very important. And we do it through several things. The most important is how many visual planes we add. Uh, that's another thing that I'm going to talk about now, I guess. But yeah, check out the movement and check out the cropping. So I'm starting to pile up all these concepts, and I want you guys to consider them before you start blocking or staining anything. So focal points, try to group them. Um, Movement, how much space you leave, cropping on the edges, how many areas will get cropped. Try to find irregularities already in the relationship between shapes of the clouds. This is important before we even get into transparency, volume, shadows, fluffiness, blurriness. That will come later, but since we are giving so much more importance to composition, the more we learn about it. I think this is fundamental. We learned that a very well composed painting goes really far in the sense of strength and impact, and it will save us a lot of work. Countless times we feel like we have to add more details because the painting, we think it's not working. And we don't know what it is, we don't know what's wrong with it. And most of the time it has to do with composition, the way things are arranged. If you have a strong composition, you need less detail on the painting. So that's why we are very adamant to encourage you guys to think about focal points, distribution, movement, um, cropping along the edges, reformatting your image into a new format. Um, all right, so I'm not gonna take it. Uh, I'm not gonna pick up speed, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna apply the same method that I do with any work, even whereas it doesn't matter if it's a portrait or a still life or a cloudscape. So in that sense, what I'll do is, after the potato shapes and the distribution of elements, I'm going to start taking advantage of the charcoal to retrace some of the potato shaped lines that I have, retrace them and giving them a little bit more definition. At the same time, we're doing an open space, so I have to think in terms of visual planes. It seems pretty easy because it almost seems like I only have like 3 visual planes. The mountains, or rather the hills, the clouds, and the background, which match the focal points that I talked about that I was able to analyze. But it goes a little bit beyond that, because on the hills, I could find like three visual planes. There is a hill right here, right in front of Mount Lee. So there's one right here. So I have one visual plane right here. Then I have the hills, the Cahuenga Hills or Mount Lee, yeah, Cahuenga Peak. And then behind, I think I forgot the name of that hill. So, and then I have another one with snow on the back. So I have several, and that's going to help me create variations of color and value and temperature later. But it's not a bad idea to start identifying visual planes in the different sections of your painting. Do I have visual planes on the clouds? Absolutely. So I see one right here, kind of like on the foreground. There's one. I see another one that's behind on this area. So these two clouds are not together. It's not the same cloud. I see another one behind. So I have another layer. So I'm going to try to identify maybe the water falling could be another visual plane. But the idea is, now that we have an opportunity to have a more simplified subject, let's go deeper and try to analyze how many visual planes we can identify on the clouds. And I'm not even talking about the perspective that each of the planes may have. Underneath of the cloud, the density of the water creates darker values on the cloud. The transparency or the fewer the less dense the cloud is, the more white there is. So those are variations that I could tackle with the second notes. But for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and really broadly, I'm going to try to identify the different visual planes that I talked about, especially at the bottom. This reminded me of the Maynard Dixon painting of the clouds, in which the desert and the rock formations, they were they're sandwiched, they're super thin and so beautifully pushed down. Um, it almost invites you to look up automatically, to have that little bit of a earth or at the bottom of it. So I have my second visual, visual plane. And again, I'm just going to be aware of the irregularity. I think that's very important. The Hollywood sign right here. And then at the bottom, or I'm sorry, behind, I have the bluer mountains. I forgot. Mount Wilson? Perhaps it's Mount Wilson. I'm not sure. I should know this, but I'm not sure. And maybe sort of like start bringing a little bit of value. So I'm starting shading already, which is the ending or conclusion with of sketching. And I think yeah, so far time wise, I'm happy that I'm not even halfway or in the first half an hour. So there's so much that I could think of, reflect, identify um, before I even start staining. Uh, that's going to be so important and precious and fundamental, and it's going to be the key of a successful painting, that I don't immediately rush into it. And if you are, that's okay, but I just want you to have in mind or keep in mind all these elements, compositional principles, arranging. It is so important. The more we learn about these principles, the more we understand that they are the core of a successful painting. And I'm not going to even go into what a successful painting really means, but because it means different things for different people and at different times. But yeah, for me, one of the things, it's a painting that captures a lot of variation in this sense. And in this specific subject, I want to make sure that not everything is perfectly balanced, that I have this tension between opposites. So I think that would be my definition. All right. So do I add any values right here? So very softly, perhaps what I'll do, I'll imagine that the image is black and white. And very softly, I just want to start breaking down, deconstructing, unpacking the different values on the clouds. And I'm creating masses. I'm creating masses of value. I'm trying to go darker to lighter because it's something that's going to help me with the application of paint later. So try to identify, if you can, the darker areas. Like for example, this is darker and it's sky. So that's going to be really interesting to apply later. And I love this kind of like cropped edge. So I'm already feeling that this is going to be much more complex than I anticipated, and I'm liking it because um, to me it's always an opportunity to practice things that sometimes I don't have time to practice. When we have something, especially a landscape, um, we are very hands-on. We start kind of like capturing details, and our mind doesn't have enough time to reflect on broader, more important things. But with something as peaceful and calm, oh, now there's another layer that I didn't even notice. There's a layer of clouds on top of the hills, and I didn't even catch that. So I'm so happy that I'm just taking a little bit of extra time because that's a new visual plane, and I'm deciding that I want to incorporate it. And there's a lot of white right here, so I think that's good. That's a little bit darker. The idea behind uh, shading with the charcoal is to fade any line work that you may have, to fade it towards the shape. So the line work starts to get more dissolved, and then the volumes and the perspective is a little bit more visible. So yeah, oops, a little bit darker here, and um, oh, Jen, I think I just sent you a photo. And Lois, I know you're here, and we're sorry, just didn't have time to send the palette beforehand. That's just bonkers. But yeah, I sent a picture of the fresh palette, Jen. If you want to just add the names, and then we'll have it for the following webinars. We'll use that.
Yeah, so I just, for now, just quickly, I just put the names in the comments. And what I'll do is I'll go through and uh, and type them within the palette for the future.
Perfect. Yeah, and I can share.
Yeah, okay.
Did you upload it on the folder? Because I can
Yes.
share it. Okay, perfect.
I sure did. Yeah.
Thanks, Jen.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. So I can just I can tell. I mean, within each of the main shapes, there's so much detail. So I'm so happy to be doing this. Every time we've done kind of like a cloud study work, which hasn't been very often. I think we've done. Well, no, it has not very often, but more often than I thought, because we did also sunsets at the end of 2018 or 2019, and that was really interesting. But it's a very meditative experience, just because nothing is specifically sharp, and it just provides a very forgiving experience, and we can really dive into value variations, and the fact that there's no pressure to make it realistic, and there's so much richness in color and value, makes it so calming, at least for me, that I'm really looking forward to this. All right, so I think I'm okay with so far. Yeah, I'm okay with the little that I've done, and I don't want to get too carried away with charcoal. And I advise you to watch if you get too deep into the sketch, because charcoal is so wonderful that it just pulls you in. You want to do more with charcoal, and then the sketch turns into a formal drawing, and then it feels so cold to break that um, um, motion and then change mediums like right in the middle of everything. So this should be just a crocus, a draft, a plan or the idea of a plan. So I would want to go and do more of it, but I think it just serves the purpose. Again, take 1 minute to reflect on where you are right now if you're sketching. Are you happy with the composition? Have you checked the movement? Have you identified a general idea of like focal points? If you do more than 3 focal points, do you have a strong reason why you should? Because we don't want to be limited to that number. It's only a suggested number. Um, and have you checked your visual planes? Do you have an understanding of how many there are, and how you're gonna tackle the order, what comes first, what's on the background, so you can start articulating everything in between. It's always a good idea to find out what's the closest to the viewer and what's the furthest away from the viewer, because then those two serve as almost like as a scaffolding or as a foundation for everything else that happens in the middle. And it's important because sometimes we create colors and textures on the further away from us visual plane, and we make that visual plane come forward too much. So setting up the end of the view and the beginning of it, and making sure that that remains the beginning and the end throughout the entire process, will avoid making our landscape or cloudscape all sandwiched up into a single one. We can always change things up later, obviously, but I like to keep things as um, traditional as possible, and then we can always tweak some of the rules. So I'm gonna actually what I'm gonna do. This is perfect. And Lois, we promise for the next one we'll send the palette beforehand. And oh, such great images. So let me just do a refresh on the clouds folder, amazing photos. And I'm just gonna share the palette, and I'll talk a little bit about it because that could be a staple image on every folder. So on this area right here, whatever it's the left or the right, we put the primary neutrals. You don't have to have all the colors, but if you're joining us after a while, you should know that we've been expanding our staple palette. This is, we call it the staple palette. It's the palette that we always use every single time when we squeeze the paint. This is what we squeeze. And we can create such an incredible range of color. Naturally, there's an extra accent color that we need for the specific subject, then we just bring it later. But we don't just squeeze every single tube that we have. We just keep it neutral with two luminescence colors or luminous colors. I still don't know how we're going to name those. We have two whites, titanium white, chalkier, with much more pigment, and then zinc white. It's the most transparent white because towards the end, and I think we're going to use a lot of zinc white in this assignment. Zinc white is the most transparent, and it goes so well for blending. So we have a gray. This is it's named. It's called Portland Gray Medium. Um, the paint we use is from Gamblin. They're based in Portland, so I guess it's very gray in Portland. So I don't know. We have to find out why they call it Portland Gray. But a medium gray. It's a color that I use a lot, and I've seen a lot of people use a lot. It's a great neutralizing color, and it desaturates really well, and it's a good color to have to process other paints. And then we have two blacks, two whites, two blacks, one gray. So the first black, it's a cold black, Payne's gray, and the second black, it's a warm black, Van Dyke brown. Thanks for writing those things. So two whites, two blacks, and we first learned about the two blacks because we were talking about Velasquez the painter, and those were his two favorite colors on his palette. We were obsessed that he painted with such a limited palette. By the way, I know Dina, you're here and you're probably using a Zorn palette. So I'm really looking forward to see the results. That's a different kind of palette, but yeah. So we call these the primary neutrals. And then the secondary neutrals, because they're a combination of the three primaries, we have all the browns, raw umber, burnt sienna, yellow ochre, and ecru, or also called traditionally titanium buff. And then these two, they have become staple colors for many months and years now. We have a very pale high key blue and a very high key red. The reason that we call them luminous colors or light colors or light neutrals, we have to specify. It's because since they contain so much white, sometimes when you paint light reflections or you want to tweak the light quality, the white alone will not do it. And bringing a blue and a red could really take over the mixture. So these are kind of like sophisticated versions of the white. Um, this color is periwinkle, and this one is salmon rose, but with Gamblin. The name of the label, it's radiant blue and radiant red. You don't have to have all these colors. You can paint with just one if you want. You can make a very transparent white with more medium. You can, if you have a Payne's gray, you can make it warmer if you add burnt sienna. So, and these two colors, you can have blue and red. Literally, this periwinkle is ultramarine with white. So you can just make that pale color. We're going to use, I think, a lot of this. And also you can make this with, I think, this is a little bit more complex because it has two reds, I think alizarin and um, cadmium red, which we learned alizarin, it's a much superior red than cadmium red. We thought cadmium red was the uh, queen of reds, if I may say. But it's not. Alizarin crimson, it's a much superior red, much more important, and it just gives you so many more subtle variations. Two mediums, this is just embarrassing because I keep pouring things. I don't clean it out, and I think it's time. Um, Mineral spirits, just to do the first wash and then to clean the brush in between colors. And then I have a combination here of one oil and one medium. I like to use, it's called solvent-free medium, which doesn't create any fumes at all. And then I put a little bit of oh, poppy seed oil, because it slows down the drying a little bit. I don't use Gulk it because it's just too fast. Um, so you can use one oil. If you have linseed oil, that's perfect. You don't get to have like you don't need to have it like super complex. You can use liquin. Liquin is also a very traditional medium um, that is a resin, and um, Winsor and Newton has the liquid, and that's very popular. But I like to mix those two. I think it just gives me a nice consistency. And thank you so much. I'm just gonna whoopsie. I'm just gonna go back to yeah. So I'm gonna use the big brush, and I'm gonna start staining with turpentine, and I'm gonna identify the darker areas. I think I'm gonna start with this looks almost like a skin color. I love it. So turpentine, and then I'll do a combination of ecru and raw umber. Just want something very basic. Yeah, that's pretty dark, but that's okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. So a little bit less paint. So the idea behind staining is to it's purely technical. So we have a dry surface, we're gonna paint wet on wet, so we want to seal the pores of the painting surface. I make two distinctions. between format has to do with, again, size, shape, and orientation. The painting surface is the quality within that format. I'm using cotton paper. Depending on your painting surface, you may have to use more paint, less paint, expect more dripping or less dripping. Every painting surface creates different effects. The most challenging painting surface, and please don't be discouraged, is if you use it. It's canvas board. Canvas board, I like to add additional gesso layers, so I reduce the depth of the little pockets between the threaded fabric. So because otherwise they take much more paint, and it's just a little bit more work. Um, the best is wood board, wood panels that are pre-gessoed and they're smooth and flat, no micro pockets or anything. And but it just depends. I also like the poly sheets. Those are, we need to go back to the poly sheets. I think, and we talked about it. Claire, I know you're there, so I think yeah, we need to talk. We'll go back to the poly sheets. We started painting oil using Mylar. Mylar is a brand of poly sheets. A poly sheet is literally a plastic sheet, and the Mylar, it's such a great surface for painting. It's non-porous, and it just almost makes it. Do I want to make some green? So maybe a little bit of. I can make green without green. So the Payne's gray and the yellow ochre, and I'm just gonna do this. I'm building masses of color. I'm not being specific. I'm not tracing. So the idea is just to prime the surface and seal the charcoal. Maybe a little bit of the Payne's gray, and it's very liquid. Yeah, very liquid. And then I'm gonna use the periwinkle tone. So it feels like watercolor like, and this should take me just a little bit. So uh, since I said that it's purely technical because I'm not expecting any results, meaning any look. So this is my foundation. I just need to prime this. But yeah, think big masses of color applied, very transparent, very see-through, because the idea here is to just seal the surface. And yeah, and I'm gonna use a little bit of Payne's gray, but not too much for the darker part of the cloud. The amount of paint that we put on a surface does not determine the importance of your painting. This could be done with thin, transparent layers, and it could be just fine. So just because things are a little bit sheer or transparent doesn't mean that it's not going to be a formal painting. So again, going back to the core, I like to remind myself of where I'm at and what I'm doing. I'm transitioning from dry to wet. I started the staining process or the staining stage, and that's it. And oh yeah, and for that, what I'm doing is big masses of color, big blocks. Block out. Don't compartmentalize. Delineate, trace, specify. No details whatsoever. You just want to kind of like block things, taking the opportunity that we're moving from dry to wet. Mind you, some artists and what they do is they actually do this first. They just do a wash entirely with one single tone, and then they sketch over it. And I prefer to sketch first. Just gives me a little bit more control and uh, the power of choice. Um, but that tells you how fundamental this is and how focused on technique. It has nothing to do with likeness or the amount of representation or anything like that. So I'm so excited. This is gonna be so good. So here we go. I'm just gonna do the bottom. I'll know I'm done when pretty much everything is covered with a little bit of the liquid and some neutral colors. So I'll know I'm done. I'll be done when that's over. So what happens if it drips a lot? Dripping is okay. Of course, it's okay. I'm working vertically. I like to work vertically. If you're working on a table, so that's different. But if it drips a lot, then you may have to adjust a little bit the ratio between turpentine and paint. I would avoid using a medium because the medium, it's a great carrier for pigment for subsequent layers, but it's not a great liquid to mix with paint now. So stick with turpentine, maybe just use a little bit more paint. The amount of dripping will have to do with the painting surface. Again, that's a determining factor in how we have to adjust and recalibrate the ratio of medium and paint. I'm sorry, yeah, liquids and paint. Let's just put it like that. So if it drips, it's okay, obviously. But if it drips everywhere, then you may want to just like slightly switch that ratio and put a little bit more paint and a little bit less of the turpentine. It's not a sentence. Doesn't mean anything. So don't panic. It's just that an indication that maybe it could be a good idea to start creating slight variations. I mean, a different ratio of the paint, and it all has to do with the painting surface. And I was watching. I was looking at the Cloud Appreciation Society, which I think at the end of the session or after the session, I'm going to join in because it sounds like a really interesting. And also after listening to the podcast, which I hope you guys really have time to listen because it's so beautiful. I think roofless painters should be part of that uh, society. And Charlotte sent me a text, a message, and of course she is a member of the Cloud Appreciation Society. I can't. I'm like so jealous. So, so we have at least one roofless painter part of the society. It's such a wonderful initiative. I don't know. I mean, we'll just give it a try. Okay, so I'm getting a little bit carried away already. I want to do much more. This is so engaging. I just now that it's all wet, I want to start creating variations and I'm gonna slow down. Okay, so I'm gonna slow down and um, yeah, I'm gonna slow down. All right, so I think I got it. Like, oh, I just missed one spot. Um, so a little bit of this blocked out and okay, so I think that's good. I'm just gonna bring that color and all right. So I got my wash and it's 10 minutes before the first hour. So that's not too bad. And um, I always purposely, it's a combination of doing it in purpose and also because I am talking at the same time. So it's a combination of both. I love slowing down the process. Most of the things that we end up doing that we regret, it's because we rush into them without much reflection. So slowing things down, it's always a good idea, regardless of how far you go with the painting. Um, I love that Hania, who is joining us from the UK, thanks Hania, and that she understands this very well. So painting, it's like it's a slow art or a slow activity. So yeah, that's a very consequential statement. So um, I slow it down. It's a slow art, so I just refrain myself. I try not to be an overachiever of things when I paint. So I'm already happy with the wash. This looks so great. I'm so happy, and it has a little bit of a structure, and it can only get better from this point. So take some time to appreciate how far you've gone and how much of aesthetic value you have achieved already. And um, we have to be our own champions and best supporters, because otherwise, it gets pretty dim and dark. So I'm gonna introduce the next stage. I'm gonna do first notes. I like to close chapters and before I open new ones. So I'm closing the staining chapter. It's done, and I'm gonna open the first notes. What are first notes? It's a traditional stage in which I block smaller areas of color, and I also increase the opacity. So it's still a transitional stage. I have the staining done, but now I want to start putting my puzzle pieces on the staining. So a little bit more opacity. I'm going to study the color right now. I feel like it's an excellent stage in which I could really study color. And that's something that we have learned over the course of months, how important it is to actually break down the color. I'll explain how I'm going to do it, but think also color blocking. Maybe before it was more like color masses. Maybe this is sort of like color blocking. Um, uh, Bring together a mosaic of different components of the painting. So this is not going to be detailed yet. So I'm going to follow darker to lighter. So that means that I'm going to work on the land first, even though it's a cloudscape. I just want to follow that. Um, I want to follow that strategy or plan. I'm a proponent of always working on the peripheral before tackling the subject. So I know that if I increase the detail of this, automatically I'm going to push the definition of the clouds forward. I don't have to do a lot of details on the clouds to make them look much more developed. So this would be a focal point I'm gonna consider peripheral in the sense that it's not part of the subject, but I'm gonna work on it because I know it's gonna push the rest a lot more. So I'm switching the brushes from the big one to medium ones, and I said medium ones because yeah, I use if you only have one medium one, then of course that's fine. But another thing that we've learned is that we can create different effects with different kinds of brushes with the same size. So we were debating and talking about how it's not so much that you have to have a bunch of sizes in order to do a bunch of things. I feel it's more important to have a single size with different qualities. It's probably a better idea, actually. Um, Anyhow, so let me see. I have the two small ones. Where's my brush? My old hairy guy. Don't throw any brushes away. Just keep your old. Ooh, I found it. Um, it's good to have an old hairy guy in standby because especially for blending, they are the best. So um, let's say I have a medium one, and look at the difference. They're kind of like the same size. And this is a little bigger, so it's not the same size. But longer bristles, pointier, newer, and more expensive. I'm gonna have a hard time doing some blending with this. If you have anything that's completely destroyed and wrecked and ready to be dumped to the trash, those are so valuable. I call them my old hairy guys. So have this one because I think I'm going to use this one first. to create those mosaic pieces, those puzzles. I don't want definition right now. I want to create different facets. I can use that word, right? Yeah, I think so. Um, so, and then what? So I have the brush. Maybe I'll do a combination of two. This is kind of like a middle-aged Harry. So I have an old and a middle-aged. Wait, I have a better one. Each has a personality. The new ones are so boring. I just love the old ones. This is like I worked on the side so much that the bristles are totally short on the side. So it creates a weird effect. This one preserved the bristles, but anyhow, look at these two, same size, two different brushes, couldn't be more different. A little bit more definition and a little bit more blending. And then what? So notice that now that I have the two images, these colors right now, they just don't look like the colors of the painting. And I don't want to recite the entire paragraphs of Gerhard Richter, who just shattered my world in regards of using a photograph as a source, and then defining painting as a different way of developing an image. I will read it, and but not now. The idea is that you determine how much of the source you want to develop on your painting. The photograph is there as a source, as a starting point, and I love how he doesn't discredit that or lowers the value of what we do, but in fact, he actually increases the value of what we do. If you want to spend some time understanding or playing with the color, then it's up to you. I feel like I do want to spend some time because I realize that when I mix colors, nothing could be further from the color that I'm observing. My brain and my hand are so disconnected when I mix paint. My brain sees a color, my hand makes a totally different recipe. I mean, I don't care how many years you've been painting, it's a fact. So we started uh, encouraging people to kind of like do test of color even on top. Of course, if you're working with a screen, that's not going to be possible, but sometimes just creating a color sample on a piece of paper and comparing it. Sometimes what we also recommend is just make the mixture and then put the bristles on top of the screen and see if it's approximate. The idea is always to retest. The first strike won't do it. It's just going to be like a random faraway color. And the truth is that we have to process our staple color palette. And the colors are very raw from the tube. They have a lot of pigment, so they have to get processed. But the photograph is the source. You decide how close you want to be to the source or how interpretative you want to be of the source. Here's my advice though. It's better to be conservative and traditional first and then break the rules than just bypass those rules and then be interpretative. So my advice, try to match that color, and then you can always break that rule later. You'll learn so much and your painting will improve dramatically. So you guys have seen me with this painting hack, but we saw a painter using a cellophane sheet and yeah, to study color. And this is very simple. You can, if you don't have cellophane right now, you can use saran wrap. I guess that could work. I don't know. It could be a little bit messy because the saran wrap, it's very sticky, and I don't know if that could work. But Ziploc, cut it open and use that as well. And I have a bunch of already a bunch of testing. So these are from the portrait, Kamala Harris portrait painting. So as simple as doing this, I'm just tacking it to the board. And what I'm gonna do is I have the color. Maybe I'll use a different medium brush. yeah, I'll use a shorter bristle one because I feel like that's going to be better for blending. So same size, but shorter bristles just to push the paint a little bit more. And I'm going to use the color. Okay, so I'm using the color. I don't know if you can see because it's really small, and you can make the screen of the zoom, you can make it much larger. I think if you click on the green, and if you also get rid of anyone's screen that may be crowding the space. But I this is to me this is the best way to test the color that I've used. I've used the color that, number one, it's much darker, and number two, it just has a very cold temperature. How do you mix colors to match? The thing is that there's not a specific formula to create a color. To go from point A to point B, there are different paths. It depends on how much colors there are on your palette and the combination of those colors. So I moved away from being specific in regards of formulas, and I started implementing two criteria. Number one, value. Find out if the color that you're mixing is too dark or too light. First thing you need to do if you want to test, obviously. Number two, temperature. Value first, temperature after. So let's put this as an example. I just did the same color as the background, and it's actually, never mind. So I'm just changing the tune right now. And I realized that I haven't followed darker to lighter. I realized that, okay, so I'm actually doing the visual plane that's a little bit darker with, and I seem to have matched that color. So I think that's good. Yeah, that's perfect. So I'm going to go ahead, and with that same brush, what I'm going to do is start pixelating some of the color on top. And I don't know if you noticed, but it's creating already a little bit more opacity. Um, so that's the idea behind first notes. I'm not working too much on detail. What I'm doing is building on the um, staining. So I see a few notes here and there. Okay, it's not everywhere. And I'm gonna stop. Yeah, it stops right here. Okay, I think that's good. And then I'm gonna go ahead and do this pinkish note. So let me see. I'm gonna start with the same base. So value-wise, I think that's good. Value-wise, I think that's good. So I created a tone that it's similar in value, but it has a lot of green because of the blue. So I'm gonna try now to move the needle. Rather than finding a formula, I always talk about moving the needle. You will always be able to move that color towards any direction you want. That's one of the best things I've learned in the past few months. When you make a mixture of color, even though it may look like very muddy, you can always move that puddle of mud any direction you want. You'll have to add, like, if you want to make it lighter, so you'll have to add a color that has a lot of white. If you want to make it warmer, something that has orange or red. But making sort of like a single color, it's not a static thing. You can always move and tweak that needle to make it lighter and darker, warmer and colder. And that's the reason why it's not a good idea to kind of like specify or memorize formulas, because since I know that I can push that color any direction, the only thing that I have to do is have a clear criteria, not memorize a formula. So I use the base neutral colors as a starting point. I test the colors on the surface if I can. If I cannot, I find a different way of doing it with the bristles, with a piece of paper, and anything that allows me to compare. And yeah, I'm just gonna put some of the pink, and I'm gonna test it. Ooh, I'm getting a little bit closer. Okay, so this is working. I need a little bit more red. So maybe before I bring an actual red, I'm gonna bring some of the burnt sienna on it. Boom, got it. fantastic. I'm so happy. I didn't have to bring any extra color. And then I got the color in my palette and I'm gonna start painting with it. Once I have tested this, I don't need this all the time. So it's not like this is a tedious exercise that you have to do with every single square inch of paint that you have. The idea for me is to trigger the understanding that the color formula or the color structure has something in it that I would have never um, created without testing it or comparing it. We work by mostly our brain works by color association. We think mountains, brown. So in order to break the association and study the color, we need to uh, z- zone in, hone in on observation. We need to keep the associations out and then really observe. So nothing better to observe than to test. So I make a color, I test it. It's not the color I thought it was going to be. And I don't get into the argument of like, why did I choose that color? I'm a bad painter. I suck. This is awful. I just don't want to waste time thinking of it. So now I know that there's a little bit of burnt sienna, a little bit of pink, a little bit of ecru, and perhaps a little bit of the brown. And it creates more of a salmon tone. Do I have to match it 100%? No, I don't. I just need to understand the structure. Um, and the structure here is that there's a little bit more of uh, um, this rose, the rose gold that we talked about with Kamala Harris portrait. That was um, such a revelation. And then what? So once I have this, I'm just going to create the first note by blocking it slightly. So notice the difference already between um, the wash and my application. This is a little bit lighter. I can make it a little bit lighter. This is where the Hollywood sign is going to be. And it's a little bit more neutral at the bottom. So I don't have to make it as rosy. But now that I have the structure, I can create variations. Although that's second node's work. But anyhow, just want to show you how I mix color, what is important when I mix color, the criteria that I follow, the order that I follow with the criteria, value first. And the most important thing of all, you will be able to push that color that you made in any direction you want. Um, and finally, something that even supersedes that fact, observation, not association. Observation. Don't trust your brain. That's a general rule in life, I would say. Don't trust your brain, or maybe the opposite. Test, observe a little bit. I'm going to bring some gray now because I feel like, there's a haziness in that color. So it's starting to transition, and maybe some zinc. Ooh, zinc white. I don't want the chalkiness of the Jen, I forgot the name. Zinc white and titanium. Titanium. I got my metals mixed up. Oh my God, Jen, how are you? How is the rain in your neighborhood?
It's good. I was just kind of looking out to see if I could see if it was still going. And I can't really tell because it's just dripping off my house. But I mean, it rained all night. We had the window open so we could hear it.
Oh,
The sound. I don't know. It's still very overcast and cloudy, if not raining right now.
no leaks, no damage, no.
No, we're super lucky with that. This house was built in 2006, and
Wow.
yeah, and also we rent, so not our problem.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, it's still a pain in the a. But we're very lucky in that. It's okay.
That's good.
How's that?
Yeah.
How's the roof?
The roof is good. The house was built in 1926, so it had gone through. I mean, we just obviously has gone through different people,
Yeah,
but it's good. Yeah, it has gone
good.
through different roofs. So yeah, thanks for asking. Um, and all right, so actually, I'm gonna do a quick stop. Yeah, I want to see the photo of the painting. Did you upload it, Jen? Of
I'm sorry, say that again. Did
the
I upload?
photo of the painting that you mentioned.
Yes.
Um, I
It's
can
kind of
see it.
it's kind of mixed in with everything. You might need to refresh.
Okay, let's
And
see right now. And
I think a few other things have been uploaded as well around it. So it might
let me
it's
see.
black and white. It might be at the very end.
Oh, the very end. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Isn't it beautiful?
Jeez, let me just share it. Is she painted it or?
She painted it, yeah.
Okay. Good job, Kate. Nice. Is it
Oh, it doesn't I didn't photograph very well. Let me take it again.
is it what kind of paint? That's the original, right?
It's the original, yeah.
God, you got so lucky. You know, she did a sale. I mean, no, I mean, I shouldn't say that, but yeah, it's amazing that you have an original. Sorry, Jen, I was wrong.
Oh no, I didn't pick up on
I know
anything
you
to be
bought a
offended
lot
by.
of things from her when she moved out of her studio. That I know.
Yeah, yeah.
So I know you got a lot of original art from her.
Yeah, I just love her work, and I wish she would start painting again. I follow her on Instagram and try to keep up with her, but it
Oh,
just
when she
is
announced
something.
that move from painting to something so opposite of it, I was like, oh no.
Yeah, it seems like she's doing real estate now or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I mean,
know.
it's okay, but
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. Maybe
Anyhow,
we'll
so
encourage her to get started again.
yeah, I think so. Tell her that we're using her image. Yeah, it's a beautiful cloudscape.
I'm gonna post it again and
Okay.
do the because Carl just took a picture of it for me and I kind of cropped it and made it a close up, but I'm gonna post it the way that he did it and maybe
Okay.
it'll photograph better.
Sounds good. Um, so I'm testing the color of the visual plane. I'm okay with time. I don't want to take too much, but I'm having a lot of fun already, and I think that's working. But yeah, I'm just gonna do this color. I want to study the color of the Mount Wilson. Hopefully, I don't even know if that's gonna be the blue. I tried to do Payne's Gray, which is the cold black, and then the Periwinkle, which is the pastel blue. To see if only with the limited palette that I have, well, it's not limited, it's a lot of colors, but with those cold tones, if I could make it. And it's pretty close. Maybe I shouldn't bring a color right now. So first thing I tested it, the value was um, too dark. So again, remember value first. I test the value first. Yeah, it's kind of like I got the value, but I just can't help it. I'm gonna bring my first blue. We've also studied some blues, and we also learned that the most gorgeous and superior, I mean, there are a few, but Prussian blue, it's really high up in the range of blues that we should have in our palette. And Prussian blue, it's a synthetic pigment, so we have to be really careful because it has nuclear capabilities. If you put too much, it's going to take over. But I'm going to put like a little bit of Prussian blue. If you don't have it, that's okay. We highly recommend you buy it because your life will improve automatically. Sorry, that was very dramatic. Some Prussian blue. Oh, that's it. Boom. Well, not really. Not really. It's too blue. Ay, ay, ay. It's too blue. I need to tone it down with the pink, the opposite color. I need to tone it down. So I'm studying right now what I'm doing. Wow, amazing. Got it. Okay, perfect. Maybe a little bit more pink and some paints gray. Again, you decide the source. Don't rely too much on interpretation because association will step in and then you're going to make all the clouds blue or white and all the sky blue. And it's, yes, it is, belongs to the family of blues, but I need to bring some burnt sienna with the Prussian blue. Let me see right now. No, it's like kind of purple. All right, time to bring some reds in here. Where are the reds? I'm bringing alizarin crimson. I'm crazy. No, alizarin, where's the alizarin? Okay, got it. I need to make that mountain. It's much more purple than I thought. I would have never, I mean, I would have put some kind of like blue and that's it. Ultramarine. It's not that. Oh yeah, it's the alizarin crimson that I needed. So important. Yeah, and then some gray. Alizarin crimson, and Prussian blue. Uh, a little bit more of both. Okay, so a little bit more of the alizarin crimson. Okay, and then making it lighter again. All right, I'm gonna go for this, and then when I do second notes, I'll just tweak it a little bit. But I have a color that I think it's gonna work for the mountains in the back with some gray. Yeah, I think here we go. And I'm gonna apply that right now. It has a little bit of Prussian blue and a little bit of alizarin crimson. And notice I'm painting vertically. So I'm not conforming the brushstroke with the shape. And I highly recommend you guys practice this. Instead of like painting the ridge of the hill and creating a very strong line, what I do instead is I just push the paint with vertical strokes. Because if you remember, I mentioned the concept of um, irregularity as something that we should practice. Okay, this is fading, so I'm gonna start to fade this. So the more regular the any kind of like landscape hardscape is, the more regular it is, the flatter the painting's gonna look. So the mountain ridges, if you make it more irregular, the further away that plane is gonna be. So I'm just starting to bring a little bit more purple here, but that's okay. I'm starting to bring some variations of the blue on the background, and I think I'm done for the first notes on the hills. I'm gonna backtrack and say and remind myself of the different visual planes. I recognize 3 at the beginning. There was none, so I recognize that I placed the hill closer to us. I'm glad I just positioned the other hills in between, and then there's this one in the back. I think that one needs to be tweaked. The color, it's a little bit too gray. But I'm ready for the clouds and it's perfect timing. So I just have like 40 minutes. And how am I going to do this? I think I'm just going to work by, okay, so this will take the remaining of the time. So I'm going to work by chunks of 10 minutes. And I speak or I talk about this way of timing myself. By the way, time management is extremely important when it comes down to painting. I want to be as successful or achieve as much as possible with the time that I have allocated. So in order to do that, I need to manage the time. So sometimes when I don't have a clear strategy on how much time I'm going to dedicate here or there, what I do is I know that I'm going to spend the rest of the session in this area that it's 95% of the painting. And since there's a lot that goes on, what I'll do is I'm gonna just go darker to lighter, by the way. I'm gonna start with the blue. And every 10 minutes, I'm gonna just catch myself pulling back and then reflecting and see how much I achieved in 10 minutes. And for me, 10 minutes seems like a fair amount of time. It's not too long. And it's long enough that I can do a lot with it. So that's why I try to pace myself and then always reflect on how much I achieved every 10 minutes or so. It's a general rule that I apply to every painting process, regardless of the time. Yep, I'm gonna check my colors. I think I need to bring some cerulean blue here. We're painting clouds, so it's gonna be a lot of blue. So I think cerulean is gonna be important. Um, if you only have like ultramarine blue, it's fine. You can just bring in a little bit of white and then see how what kind of like approximate color you can get. But I'm bringing cerulean. I think that is just perfect. Maybe a little bit of gray because it's too intense. And you can see how gray is such a great tone. A little bit of white. And I'm testing the colors. I just want to find out the structure. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay, perfect. So I know that it's not pure cerulean, and I just needed to understand the structure of the background because the sky, it's just different depending on the time of the day, obviously, and so many factors. But I just wanted to bring the cerulean blue because it's an excellent color to mix. Oh, I I'm in ecstasy. This blue is so good. And how am I applying it? Do I need my old hairy guy? Let me just bring him back. Let's see. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna bring the midlife crisis one instead of the old one. How's that? Yeah. And okay, so okay, perfect. So a little bit of paint, not too much. I'm doing like small hatching. I don't want a super hard brush because I want to make sure that the brush gives me a trace that it's um, blurry or smudged. And what I'm doing now that I studied the color and I understand the structure with gray, cerulean, and some of the lighter blue, the periwinkle, what I'm doing is applying it in zones. I'm not blending yet. I'm just doing first notes. Remember, the first notes are the puzzle pieces. So I know that there are so many variations of that color in between, but I'm not there yet. I'm just doing first notes, and what I'm doing is I'm trying to just place those pieces. I'll do variations of the blue later because it's not uniform. But the idea is that I'm following a strategy and I'm sticking to the application. Look how gorgeous it looks already. I think. I mean, I don't know. Um, and there's a little bit of that blue right here. So again, first notes, a little bit more opacity. I mix a little bit of the medium. So I forgot to mention that. No turpentine, a little bit of the medium. I don't have to match the value. The idea here is to build on the wash, on the staining that I had. And use a medium brush because you want a little bit of definition, but not too much. I think that's good. And then this is a little bit lighter, so I can start creating lighter variations. And I'm gonna do it like right at the bottom. Lots of white and lots of blue in this assignment for sure. So I think, yeah, that's good. So I'm just gonna go and just place, um, yeah, I'm gonna place this blue right here. Hatching it. Um, I'm not doing really elongated or long strokes. I don't want anything to be too specific, or I don't want to create hard edges. I don't follow conforming brush strokes. And again, I just don't go around the cloud, and because I know that's going to create very strong regular edges. So rather than doing that without too much paint on a medium brush that's not super new or super pointy. What I'm doing is just hatching it with short brush strokes. All right, so I think I got my blues. So then there's this section right here. It feels like it's gray. So I'm gonna go ahead and then see. I think I want to practice this. I know that the photograph that I'm using, it's a printout, and obviously, for starters, I took a picture of the sky. The camera changes the colors. Obviously, it doesn't have the same range as our eye. Not only that, but then after it changes the colors, I took it to the Kinkos, and then depending on the colors, I think that it was low on pink. I don't know. It was low on one of the colors, so the printout is also different. So this is a processed, extra processed painting. But so I need to be aware of that. Which I think actually it helps. If you ask me, I think that's helpful because sometimes we put way too much color. Whoa, so then I tested it way too dark. So again, when I try to study the color, value comes first. I study the value first. So what I'm doing a little bit darker. What I'm doing right now is studying the value much darker, maybe some Payne's gray. On this part of the cloud that it's darker, the part of the cloud that may contain, oh yeah, I'm getting closer, some blue. I think it has a little bit of alizarin crimson. It's just so interesting that you would never think that these clouds have any red in them, right? Well, they do. They do. A little bit of red for sure. A little bit of red. It's amazing. I love this kind of discoveries. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. A little bit more. Alizarin crimson, Prussian blue. Those are synthetic colors. What's the difference? They're created from dyes, and also a little bit of white now. A lot more of the. Oh, now I'm a little bit happy. It doesn't have to match, but I understand by doing this. I understand that this color has much more red than I thought in it. All right, so now that I got it, I got an idea. My brain finally broke the association of clouds white or gray. And now I understand that that's not the case. So what I'm going to do, that's amazing. I would have never used that color, is going back to, oh, I'm so happy. Going back to, and yeah, it's been 10 minutes. So it's good to check in. Maybe in the next 10 minutes, I can block in the grays or the darker areas, and then do the lighter pastel, and then we can start blending. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to do a lot of blending with this session, but I'll make sure that I dedicate at least 5 to 10 minutes to explain how I blend, even if I just work on this section or a section of the painting, because blending is gonna be key here. So, but for now, what I'm doing is I'm focused on applying same way that I did before. I'm applying, this is a little bit darker, but that's okay. I'm just gonna, I see a little bit of a directional brush stroke. That Joan Constable painting, the first one that I showed, it's just rocked my world. It's just so nuts. I'm just gonna share it just to get us inspired. But here it is, this like Storm 1820 something. It's just so crazy. 1827. 1827, it's a good example of all the things that I try to push. Don't rush, slow down. Definition will not be the thing that's going to save us. The amount of paint is not important. Look at this rain. It's just like swishing a brush with a little bit of gray up and down, and that's it. So I'm really inspired by the style of painting right here, and how it's not even blended. It's not even blended. There's no blending here. It's nuts. Oh yeah, Jen, did you upload the image? Let me see.
Yes, if you refresh, literally just did it.
Oh,
It's still not, it's so strange how it, maybe it's just me looking at your computer.
maybe.
Oh, it looks so different.
Is it on canvas or board?
It's on board. And honestly, when I think about it, I think it's charcoal and maybe she just glazed it.
Some wet medium. Is
Uh,
It's spectacular. It has light from within.
God, it's
Jen.
gorgeous. I mean, it's seriously, it's so beautiful.
And the way you photograph it, it looks like it's almost like hovering over the wall. The
Mm,
frameless effect.
yeah, thank
It's like
you.
having a window on the wall.
It is, honestly, and I love the moodiness of it. And,
Yeah.
I love incorporating that. I mean, it's, I obviously, I love Southern California to pieces, but there is a monotony about the weather. And I love the little piece of moody, that I can always look at.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's a great piece of art in your collection of many pieces of art, Jen.
Thanks, Red. Where you're the star.
Oh, no, no, it's good. I so appreciate you're such an art lover, and then yeah, and you have your collection of paintings, so it's very good.
Well, I feel honored to own any of you guys. I own a lot of people taking class today. I own a lot of your art, and let me just say, it's an honor
Oh,
to all of you.
thanks, Jen. Okay, good. So, um, yeah. So I'm just adding the darker notes and identify a little bit going towards the gray. So I'm just gonna bring some lighter gray on this side. Okay, yeah, I think that's a good idea. So I don't have to match again every single square inch of the painting. So once I understand the way the structure of the color is, I can then make certain variations based on my own interpretation. So yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, so I'm like slowly. So I need to make more paint. It's a large surface. So I think I just need to bring some white, make sure the value is really light. This area, it's a little bit lighter. So, and I'm still focused on, this is more purple or lavender. I'm focused on first notes. I'm not ready for second notes yet. I'm focused on first notes, and I'm not using too much zinc white. I used it on the mountains right here, barely, but I feel like I'm going to use zinc white a little bit later. And the idea is just to hatch short brush strokes. Don't worry about the edges. Try to be non-conforming in your application. So I'm not tracing the cloud. Um, uh, Try to avoid adding way too much paint. I would say just a little bit, and rub it with the brush. The more paint you add, so I'm starting to just build some highs and lows, because not only, I mean, the next step on this process, I feel like 2 hours will just be nothing. The next step will be to start creating with the second notes all these wonderful billowy puffs on each of the areas, each of the visual planes that we identified. So I said that this is one visual plane, and then something is in the back, and then I have like a solitary cloud right here, and then this is a little bit more defined. So each of those aspects will have variations and a structure. So I'm not gonna get too caught up with that, although I desperately want to get there, just because I can't wait to kind of like have fun with those variations. But for now, what I'm doing is just blocking things out. Just want to block things out. And I'm glad that I studied the color I'm glad I discovered there's a little bit of red in it. Whoops, that's a lot of. I have to be careful. This is a good example to understand the power of titanium white, you guys, because the reason why we incorporated zinc white, it all started when we started uh, experimenting with different kinds of white paint. It's a paint manufacturer just puts forward different whites, titanium, zinc, flake white, a combination of titanium and zinc, if you want, kind of like in between. So we realized that the titanium white could be extremely chalky. And I experience it right now, mixing the paints. If I put a little bit too much, it really takes over and it creates really chalky paint. So sometimes, especially when we blend and we want to do something a little bit lighter, an excess of titanium white may wipe off whatever we've done. It could be too much. All right, so I'm slowly, I don't know if you can tell, but with the minimal brushstrokes, these clouds is starting to get sort of like initiating the journey to becoming a cloud. Let's put it this way. So this is exciting, and I hope you guys are already there. When you have like some clouds that are already in the beginnings of getting formed, I'm just warning you, don't overwork them. Don't overwork them. Economy of paint, and really put all your senses on observation. Because sometimes, yeah, we just get carried away and then we start adding and adding. By the way, very important, possibly you're going to be upset with me of not saying this much earlier. We talked about blending. Let me just kind of like introduce, since we have like 20 minutes. So we talked about blending, and we learned that there are some artists that categorize blending by location, not even by brushstroke or by paint density. So what does it mean categorizing painting by location? It's a very simple scale that only has only two categories, but it's so important. Blending on the palette, that's one category, blending on the palette. Blending on the painting, that's the second category. That's it. Two categories, easy to remember. Blending on the palette, blending on the paper, on the painting surface. What happens when we mix colors? What we do unconsciously, or yeah, unconsciously, I guess, by habit, we blend a little bit on the palette and then we blend some more on the painting. We don't think that, there's anything wrong with that. We blend here and then we blend here and then we go back here and then we go back there. And all of a sudden, as we work on it and add more details, we realize that the colors are getting sort of like all together into the same category on the palette. And the same kind of thing is happening on the painting. And we don't know what happened. We messed up. We screwed up. Colors are muddy. I suck as a painter. I'm just going to take real estate right now because this is not for me. No, it is for us. I'm here to tell you that the first step is to recognize that the location where you blend is important. If you don't bring awareness to how much and for how long you actually start blending, and in where you start doing it, when you bring awareness to that, you'll realize that perhaps you need to change that habit. And here is what I'm inviting you to consider. Do as much of the blending as possible on your palette. That's what this is designed for, to explore and test, create variations, blend the colors on your palette. That should be the number one area of blending, period. If you identify something on the clouds, avoid blending it there. make the color on the palette and apply it on the cloud. Because that way you'll avoid um, reducing your spectrum of values to this this range, like nothing. So blend on the palette as much as you can, as much as you can, and try not to blend on the painting surface. It's gonna happen because naturally we just blend the edges, and but try to be narrow in the application of. Let's say I'm just gonna do it right here. I'll just get my younger hairless guy. I'm gonna blend a color that I feel it's a little bit lighter, and I'm gonna put it right here. It needs a little bit more white, so I blend it on the palette and just applying it. Again, I blend it on the palette and then I apply it. So I know that I can control the mixture much better if I do it this way. This is what I would do if I was not aware of the location of blending. I would scoop a chunk of white from my palette. I would spread it on the painting surface. I put a bunch, and then I would kind of like spread it. And then what happens? The white takes over. It's too much white. It creates a hard edge. This doesn't look like a cloud. It's too heavy. The edges are too hard. And then I try to quote unquote fix it. And then I feel like the white's taking over. So then I'm just going to bring some gray and get a chunk of gray. And I try to fix things on the painting. You will be lost. You will be lost. It's just like it's like a slippery slope, and you'll only pick up speed, and that snowball is just gonna crush you. So blend on the palette and slowly kind of like apply it, test it, especially with white, and then apply it on the painting. We're not in second notes yet. I'm not even blending. I'm just building the pieces together. But I'm just advising, and hopefully, if anything, regardless of the result of the painting, if you can take this away from this session, categorize where you blend, bring awareness to the fact that you're doing perhaps in both areas. Avoid blending so much on the painting surface and concentrate all your exploration, experimentation, manipulation on the palette. That's what it's for. All right, so I'm not gonna get too excited. I don't know what happened there, but yeah, this will continue. This is not super wide, but where's my old hairy guy? So I need him right now, and I'm just gonna I'm gonna blend the whites right here. There's a little bit of blue right there, so I'm blending on my palette, and I'm not gonna test it, but I could. Let's just do it. Let's not get carried away here. Just want to test this color right here. It's too light. It's too light. So let me just kind of like bring a little bit of the blue, a little bit of the gray. And I think that could be a good, yeah, I need more blue. It needs more blue. It needs more blue. So I'm just going to move that needle. Maybe some cerulean mixed in because it's a transparent cloud. It's I think I got it. Yeah. Oh, it still has a little bit of red. Oh my gosh, that's the takeaway from this session, is that there's red in the clouds. Where have you heard that? There's red in the clouds. I can't. All right, so I got a great. Let me just look how well the old hairy guy is working hard. So I'm just kind of like applying this. Some medium, no turpentine. And let me just bring that, and then I'll try to see if I can do some blending or some second notes. But this is good. This is good. I'm just working. Ooh, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm covering still first notes. It's okay. Painting is slow, so just not gonna get frustrated with that. And I'm just blocking my puzzle piece. I don't need to blend anything here, so it's done. Period. I just did it. Boom. So, and then there is this light blue. Do I want to? Yeah, just we're gonna continue the session for 5 extra minutes because we came in 5 minutes late. So we're not gonna stop right on the dot. We're just gonna continue for 5 minutes. Whoa, 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 whoa. And then this is okay. This is, I'm just gonna bring this. It's not white, white, white. So I should test it, but I know that it's not white. So I'm just gonna do a version of this, just like racing right now. Okay, so I just wanted to get a little bit more covered to show here. Here we go. To show that I could start blending. Because I haven't even talked to about edges and transparency. Oh, it's like so crazy. But never mind, never mind. So I'm gonna do it like right here. I'm gonna take this kind of like opening, and I'm gonna explain how I blend. So I would continue with first notes until I would have this. It's not too bad. I would have this covered. So um, and then I would just initiate. I would close this chapter. It's far from being closed, but I would initiate the second note. Second notes is one when I move from puzzle pieces, mosaic, stained glass kind of like application, to a little bit more pixelated. I study the values within different shapes. So this makes sense because if I were done with this section, then I would just decide which area. I would possibly start with the background. But for the purposes of giving you ideas about blending in the clouds, I'm going to start with the darks of the background. And I feel like I need already to, oopsie, I need to change, I need to bring the ultramarine because I feel like, that blue needs to have a little companion. The cerulean alone, it's not cutting it for me. So I feel like I need a little bit of the, yeah, a little bit of that. And then what? I already have the color history here. So I know what the structure was, cerulean and gray. And yeah, I think it was a little bit of pink. So I'm just going to keep that. I'm going to keep that. And maybe more cerulean and this blue. I think that's it. I should check, but that's okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to this area that I painted all blue. And it's not all even on the photograph. There are highs and lows. So I'm going to work darker to lighter. And what I'll do is I'm going to try to bring some variations of that blue, the darker blue, and pixelate it. So second notes already. So what I'm doing is I'm bringing small variations of the same blue within that area. First notes was one puzzle piece. Whoopsie. And you can see already how much more developed this upper area looks compared to the one below. First notes, one puzzle piece. Second notes, bringing variations within that area. Whoops, yeah, it's a little bit too dark, but a little bit of medium, but a little bit less medium because I want to build on what I have. So I want it to stick on top. So it's a little bit darker right here, a little bit darker. I'm just going to do it also at the bottom. So I would continue with highs and lows, maybe a little bit more. But then what? And again, I'm just rushing because I want to show you how I would do the edges to create this ethereal transparent effect. So there's some clouds right here that are very sheer. How would I do this? I have different options. If you happen to have zinc white, for example, this could be a good way to bring a certain frostiness without changing the color too much. So I'm bringing zinc white and I'm applying the zinc white with the blue on the areas where there's sort of like a footprint of the cloud. It's not even a formed cloud, it's a footprint. It's pale enough to make a difference, but not too chalky so it becomes too much of a pattern. Look how amazing that little corner with just some zinc white just a little bit of zinc white. Knowing that paint is the amount of paint makes a difference, and knowing that um, I don't want to overwork things. I know that zinc white here will just help me a lot to create those pockets where the cloud has gone. There's a trace, left a trace behind. And I just put a little bit, way too much paint in this area, but I'm just gonna break it down. So pixelating it, I'm not even blending anything. I'm not even blending, but let's say I get to the point, because I would do this before blending anything. Just gonna put more zinc white on the edges, short, shaky, nervous brush strokes, trembling almost, trembling, and that should be enough. I mean, I'm pushing the paint, and that creates sort of like a very irregular and smudged way. So it's already, I don't know if you notice the difference, but it's already blending a lot more and bringing more definition. But let's say, okay, so I'm ready for really blending something smoothly. So you have different options. My suggestion, if you have like an old brush, just clean it up, meaning like remove any pigment, and then you can use sort of like a perpendicular application rather than using the sides of the bristles. And then in a very controlled way, you can, in certain spots, I wouldn't do this everywhere because it doesn't happen everywhere. In certain spots, I would just smudge that edge, blur it. So you have to be extremely careful and notice that I'm wiping it off because I want to make sure that I don't carry the pigment from one place to the next place. So here is a heavily blended, heavily smudged. So I'm just going to use the old hairy guy a little bit more, with more pressure, to blend this area a little bit more, because I'm looking forward to unevenness. So I created more transparency right here, and I just softened the edges on this cloud. I feel like I still could create more um, softness. So then I'm just going back to a little bit harder brush with some zinc white. If you don't have it, you can make a very transparent titanium white. And I noticed that there's a billowy, puffy effect. Whoops, just put some titanium, and I need to be careful on this section right here. It's a little bit, it's not flat. This cloud, it just expands. There's an expansion, and the light, the direction of the light creates a volume, a protrusion on the cloud, that it's not concentrated on the edges. I'm not working any edges right now. It's focused on the actual inside of the cloud. There is a puffiness, protrusion, whatever it's named, that I really want to capture, because um, that volume creates perspective. It just makes the cloud come forward, creates a flat surface underneath the cloud. So that's something that is very important. And so I'm just bringing it forward. Yeah. So um, when I talked that this was much more challenging than you thought. Like I'm not even covering, I'm not even done with the first notes. And I realize now that there's so many aspects on the value right here that I want to capture a little bit lighter. Okay, so I feel like this is okay. I feel like this is okay. Again, try to blend as much as you can. Try to blend on the palette. All right, so I love this highlights right here. I think what I'm gonna do, we have, yeah, a little bit of time. I'm gonna try to bring some of the highlights because on the clouds that I have, one thing that we could do is identify the areas of higher contrast. So don't focus too much on the color and the value and the edges. But if you want to amp up the drama, just try to identify areas on your clouds where there is higher contrast. For example, there's some contrast on mine right here on the edge. And there's definitely a lot of contrast. I think the one that has the area that has more contrast is right here. In fact, now that I'm observing this really carefully, I see that there's a continuity of the shape of the cloud behind this mushrooming element that's kind of like branching off. So I'm starting to identify a little bit of the cloud architecture that I wasn't even aware. I thought it was just kind of like a blur of everything. But now I'm starting to find out how this is expanding. So it makes me really excited. So I'm just gonna bring perhaps some of the, I'm blending it on the palette, even though, and I'm just bringing some of the highlights on the high contrast area. Trying not to be conforming, rely on short bursts of application of or short strokes rather. I'm trying too hard. Um, yeah, so rely on short strokes. Um, rub the brush on the surface, but with short strokes. And I'm just bringing, I have two visual planes right here. Now I realize. So it's so much more sophisticated than I thought. So let me just do my first visual plane. Make sure that I capture a lot of irregularity. Oh, it already looks like so much more. And then maybe with zinc white and the light blue, I just create a little transparency of the cloud on the background, which is more translucent, has a different quality. And I need to bring some red because if I didn't use red, I realize that the blue is too neutral. That blue is way too boring. So I thought I would get away with just like light blue and zinc. And oh no, it's just like I need to bring some of that tone. And then what? Maybe now that I have this, it's a little bit more defined. I could use maybe the old hairy guy here. It's like a little bit. Let me find another age. So I'm just gonna, with a clean brush, I think I'm just gonna blur the edge. I'm gonna blur the edge, and perhaps with a more pointed brush. Again, same size. Ooh, that has a lot of red. Never mind. I could just bring some or pierce that surface a little bit so it doesn't become regular at all. It has too much purple. That's something I need to. Yeah, it's just too. The same time, those billowy um, puffs that protrude inside of the cloud, I see them. I see them. They're haunting me. I need to just bring them maybe with some zinc white. And I'm going to try to just pixelate them rather than draw them. Don't draw any edges on clouds. It's just going to give you a hard edge and you'll feel so frustrated. So pixelate it almost in a pointillistic way, if you will. Yeah, this is now I'm a little happier. This is a little bit, I'm a little happier with this edge. Um, yeah, just moving on. Then what else? I just have this area that's a little, I need to blend this. So let me just clean the brush. Notice that the blending that I'm doing right now, I'm blending consciously, I'm blending on the surface, but I have no paint in my brush. What I'm doing is I'm blending the edges of the paint that I currently have. And that's a totally different story or strategy. There's again this billowy puff right here. So it's kind of like an arm. And I'm just going to bring that area a little bit light of lightness. I think that's good. Okay, so I'm just so notice the differences in the way the cloud is expanding, not through the edges, but within or sideways, I guess. I don't know. All right, and then what? There's this the sky. I need to make sure that that sky at the bottom, I need to refine it. It's a little bit too regular. What was it? Oh, no, 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 no. No, no, no. Let's go back to the cerulean. Let's just go back to the cerulean. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then I'm just gonna push it up because I want to start like getting rid of the gaps that I may have, because that's gonna help me unify and integrate everything. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm blending too much. I'm rushing. I'm rushing, and I'm blending too much on the painting. That's not gonna be good. Okay, so that was good. Yeah, and then maybe this area needs to be. I'm just gonna, yeah, have like a couple more minutes, and then I'm gonna try to close the gap right at the bottom. And bringing the um, split up or the old hairy guy and just blending the edge with no paint. I want to soften this area because I know that some of this cloud is kind of like dissolving. So it's not all straight. And slowly you'll be able to really create a wide spectrum of um, values. Make sure that you stick with the color structure. I just can't believe how much red there actually is. And I don't mean like a bunch of red that takes over, but there is red pigment in these clouds. And there isn't as much on the actual sky that we can see through. But at this point, and the amount of like second notes that I made, it's something that I had to carry over the rest of the painting. And I think I could just I'm going to be working on it. I think it will look spectacular. I know. So I just need to continue this kind of like kneading on the clouds. Kneading, yes. Um, Sort of like threading the background with the edge, making sure that you also create volumes on the sides that are not creating contact with the sky, with the actual sky. Um, bring some zinc white if you have it to create slightly lighter areas, and also it will help you to blend. Make sure you create as many irregular or edges as possible. If you blend, focus your blending on the palette and try to avoid blending too much on the painting, and have a couple of brushes that you could use without any paint to slowly blush and blur some of the edges depending on what you see. And then have fun with it, because I think this is when the painting actually starts for me. I mean, this was only foundational, but so much of what we're doing here uh, is about time. It's about time. So we're gonna pause the recording and we're gonna take a 10-minute break. What I'm gonna ask you, if you don't feel obligated, but if you can take a snapshot of your stage. Again, we consider all this to be a work in progress, 100%. If you want to upload it in 10 minutes, we'll resume, and then I can give you feedback on the on the state that you're at, and perhaps just propose or suggest a few things that may um, help you consider if you want to continue working. And in the process of doing that, it also it helps everyone else get inspired and picking up ideas. So we'll reconvene at 1:15 our time. I know you guys are in different time zones, but 1:15, stretch, please, because you're probably like so tense about like this. It just it's so demanding that it's physically taxing. Stretch, drink, eat, use the restroom. I'm going through the whole list of kindergarten things. And then take a picture and upload. And then we're going to open microphones, video if you want, gather your questions, and let's make the best of the rest of the remaining hour in 10 minutes. All right, I'm going to stop our recording and then we'll resume in 10 minutes. My gosh, I mean, 10 minutes is like flies. So oh, by the way, I forgot. So now you can yeah, you can start video if you want or unmute yourselves. But thank you so much. And then, by the way, if you have difficulties uploading, you can always text the images to Jen, and then she'll do it for you. So just I forgot to mention that. And so I'm gonna just go ahead and share the screen. And the way we're gonna work, if you don't mind, unless there's a specific request, um, we're gonna go from east to west. So Hania, if you're there and you uploaded anything, and then we're gonna go to the East Coast, and then finally to, oh my gosh, we're so international. That's so crazy. At any point, any questions? I haven't been able to organize the images, but yeah, so oh my gosh, these are so beautiful. My goodness. Wow. Um, so Hania, if you have any, if you want to upload, I don't see Hania's images, Jen.
Yeah, I haven't gotten anything from her either.
Okay. All right. So let me just, and by the way, don't feel obligated to talk or show video or anything if you don't want to. So, and you can do it at any point. I don't see
I don't see
Deborah
East
or
Coast
Beth.
friends either. Yeah.
Okay, so.
Wait, okay, Hania just sent me something.
Okay.
Oh, and Beth is texting me.
Okay.
Okay, there's a lot going on. Okay.
So I'm so happy that you guys are joining us. And this is so exciting. I hope this was helpful. You have no idea how much we appreciate that you are dedicating some time to paint with us. And this was such a good subject to jump into. I love the paintings already, so I think this is incredible.
Okay, Leo, if you refresh. You see,
okay.
Unfortunately, they're a little split up. Hania's are. So you might have to do a little.
Okay, reshuffling. Yeah. Just bear with us, and we'll try to give you as much info as possible. Oh, these are like so good. So I think let me see if I can find I don't see Hania's.
They should be there. Maybe just refresh one more time.
Yeah. And you guys, I'm just gonna put this because I feel like, you know, this is so dizzying. Sorry, I'm just gonna put this on pause and then just find it because I don't want to just like scroll. So let me see. Oh, I see. Okay, so I think this is Hania's. Hold on a second. Oops, sorry, you guys. Oh, and I see like different. Yeah, I see different ones. Hania and Hania. All right, let me just kind of like bring the images really quickly. And this one, where is this one right here? Okay, so hold on. Sorry, you guys. And I promise this will get organized in just 1 second. Okay, here we go. All right, so Hania, this is like the image reference. I love, I love the image, obviously. And so I noticed that you started applying different color fields. I think that's a very good idea without like sketching or delineating anything. I love the way you work and how you start your process. And this is this like an evolution or a different painting or something?
Actually, I did. Normally, I go crazy with the charcoal, and I try to stay clear of. I did a little bit of the charcoal, and then I just threw in the colors that I'm going to work around, and then now I've just got a rag and rubbed it all out. So I'm just very slow,
Okay.
as always. And the photograph is when we're sailing, you see, I take some enormous amount of cloudscapes and
Oh my gosh.
seascapes. So this is off the Atlantic when we're out there.
Oh my gosh.
I sort of went ashore and we had a little walk on the beach, and it's one of the many photographs
Wow.
while sailing. Yeah, and it's an old photograph. You might probably see the date on it.
Yeah.
I was
Wow.
spoiled for choice, really. I mean, I love seascapes and clouds. You know, it's
Right.
like we spend all winter normally.
Wow.
So yeah.
I think
So
that's
now I'm sorry.
no. I think that looks amazing. And what I would say, great beginning. I love the way you work because you understand that the process it's very organic and it takes a while. So the first thing, a couple of things.
Mm,
The fact that you are reformatting the image. So be mindful about how you want to organize the elements because you have a landscape photograph, and then it seems like this is like a square. So you'll have to sort of like fit things in or squeeze or stretch, and that's just going to be important. And then in regards to focal points, you have a clear focal point here, the source of light. So that's
yeah.
just going to be also interesting. And as you know, that's going to dominate a lot of things. But when you have a source of light and you have like a reflective surface, so it's going to have a correlation, that they're sort of like bringing up the correlation between the source of light and then the reflective area. And even though the photograph is sort of like neutral and almost seems monochromatic, there's color in it. I just see the warmth around the point of light, and then I see cooler elements. I see purple. So there's a lot of color. So it'll be interesting how you develop it. But when you add color, also be mindful because it may just take so much attention that it becomes a point, a focal point in itself. And that's going to be the key with this, how you're going to incorporate the idea of volumes and reflection on the water with color, because if the balance is not quite there, it may just become too crowded.
Yeah, I'm not sure which way I'm going to go right now, but I've actually done a painting because I took a video of this ocean, and I took shots of the video out of the video, and I've actually done a couple of the paintings from this skyscape. It was up because it was on further north, like north of New York. This. Near the Hamptons, and the sky is so dramatic in the sea there, it's just, I just love it because it was so spontaneous and so alive that it was obviously a storm coming through, but the Atlantic is really a superb sea, and the clouds. But yeah, I'll just go for it. I'll probably go either very contemporary, like sometimes I do, or it will be impressionistic. I don't know.
Yeah, you have great experience with marine subjects and seascapes. I'm just looking forward, but you have such dramatic contrast on the clouds, so that you have potentially, you can anchor your development in very specific areas. I love the composition, so I just can't wait. So yeah, you don't have to have like a path right now, and I love what you said, that you don't know exactly how it's going to go, because sometimes the process feeds the intervention. So it just, as we move forward, but yeah, just be mindful of color and composition, how balanced both are, because I think that's going to be important.
Thank you. Thank you. It's great being here.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Lovely.
I hope you're
lovely seeing you guys. Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks. And then this is...
That should be, that's Deb.
Deb, okay, perfect. Oh my
and
God.
Beth is in there too. So,
okay.
Yay,
so,
East Coast.
I'm sorry?
I said, yay, East Coast.
Yeah. This is amazing. I love the format. I like the size. Deborah, this looks really good. I love the clouds. compositionally, which is something that I always look at. I love the distribution. You have like different layers. Talking about the reflective light, the point of light, it's behind the cloud, which is good because then you don't have that like focal point, and you could just use the light almost as a focal point. Um, the texture looks fantastic. The cropping, I love the movement and the way the clouds seem like to be squeezed. I like the gradation as well of the background, which I think is very important. I would possibly, if there's anything, it looks spectacular and you achieve so much in so little time. Um, if you had extra time, I would give you a few notes or a few, and you probably know this already, and you probably want to work with this. But I would concentrate on a couple of areas, maybe 3 areas. I would increase the variations of the value on the background. I love that this rhythmic transition from the actual right lower corner. So there is a transition. Let me just kind of like see if I can even make a note here. I don't know if I'm too ambitious or not, but there's this sort of like transition of color and rather value that goes from more pale and transparent to this area and slowly, rhythmically just moves to the darker area. So I feel like I would possibly even increase that transition because I feel like on the bottom part of the blue area, I feel like it's very, it's more uniform. So I would, let me see if I can be specific, but I would just lighten up a little bit more the area, the lower right area, to increase this idea of transitioning diagonally. Because I feel like there's something really nice about this swoop, that it's almost, it's curved, and it scales or it gradates diagonally. So I would also increase the warmth. Another area that I would work is increasing the warmth of light concentrated below the source of light. So maybe a little bit more of an orange or peachy, rather, a peachy note, to create more of a contrast of temperature. Because I think that it's so wonderful that you have this intense blue, and then here things are warming up on this area right here. And then another area, and I'm sure that you're gonna be able to work with it or have it in your list, but I would possibly just blend the edges of the reflection on the water. I'm pretty sure, I mean, there's so much that you did, but it's so little time. The 2 hours barely, we barely cover anything. But there's something really, a really great opportunity that you have right here, because you have a different texture surface. You have the clouds, yes, you have the sky, but then you have reflective water, and that follows a different dynamic texture-wise. So working on that texture and creating sort of like the softness of the edge right here, maybe even just bringing more of a horizontal sort of like brushstroke almost, because I feel like the color here, it's very similar to the color of the sky, which it should be, but I think there's some variation that takes it to purpley almost, and it's because of the warmth of the light. So maybe developing this a little bit more with more highs and lows to create a distinction in surface and texture. That would be an area that I would also work. I would also possibly break up some of the clouds a little bit more, or a combination of breaking them up, but also incorporating some of the smaller ones. I feel like this grape effect of these clouds, it's so beautiful that if you wanted to spend extra time, I would just even create more of those little grapes. And finally, I think some of the light that radiates towards the bottom part of the painting, it also indirectly radiates upward, and it creates warmer tones on the parts of the clouds that are lit by the light. So perhaps bringing some of that yellow tone instead of the white, will integrate the area of the clouds above with the source of light. So right now it feels like less integrated. So that's all I've got, Deborah. I hope that was helpful. Sometimes I'm not very specific, and sometimes Amanda kind of like hates me for it, but I contradict myself. Um, but it's a great stage. You achieve so much. Love the composition. Um, I would possibly also soften a little bit the darkness of this part right here because it's getting really close to the edge. And I feel that you have such a great cropping on the left. I would possibly create more of a rhythmic transition on the right. So you focus the darkness right in front of the source of light, which is very dramatic. And then as it just moves away from that area, then it just fades a little bit. There's something about the density and darkness of the value concentrated in front of the sun, and then on both sides it fades slightly, something that even creates a bigger sky in that sense. So fun. It looks amazing. So thanks for painting, and please work on it if you can. 5 minutes would do a huge difference. There's so much that it's involved. There's so much that is involved in preparing and setting the foundation of the process. But then we pick up speed, and then with a few tweaks, we can achieve a lot. So I'm really looking forward to see how far you take this.
Awesome. Okay, moving on to Beth, which is right next door. There you go.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's fantastic. Amazing. Okay, I love that. Reformatting, very good. Kind of like square. I look at that first always, just because it's such a challenge to reformat the painting from a photograph that has a different format. So I think that's very good. I love the source of light also. Okay, so a few things. So there's a radiating, very strong radiating light, obviously. So there's the and that's very good actually, Beth. I'm glad that you didn't go with this sort of like faded, but we could incorporate it if you want later. But to me, the thing that I would do, I would possibly try to bring in more irregularities on the clouds. I think that's something that I would bring first, because I feel like, for example, this, I know that it's very much horizontal, but there's a slight tilt. I recognize a little bit of a tilt or angle on this upper part of the cloud. So I feel like I would bring a little bit more irregularities here. So maybe even raising a little bit more on the right side, and also bringing more of a different edge quality and lower illuminated edge of the cloud. So yeah, I feel like there's a strong continuation, a really hard edge here, and I just can't help it but I'm sorry, it just takes a lot of dominance, especially like right here. It's just really sandwiching that dark area with very strong edges. So perhaps I would soften and blur a little bit, just expand or pinch some of that in and out. There's this area that kind of like branches off the edge and creates transparency. So I would definitely just bring more irregularities on, especially these two areas. They just take a lot of focus because of the high contrast. I would do the same also on the upper part right here. I'm looking at areas with high contrast and hard edges. So I feel like this creates such a strong focal point that it almost competes in a way with other parts of the painting. So I would definitely dilute, diffuse, dissolve this area a little bit more. There's something about the radiating of the light that it almost feels like it also radiates in the shape of the clouds. So perhaps just bringing a few of these angles, almost, I could see almost this areas right here, darker areas. they almost feel like they radiate from oops, sorry, from the moon. I think it's the moon or the sun. It doesn't matter, but
It's the moon.
the moon. Okay, perfect. Yeah. So I would just kind of like break in and bring some of that in between, just to create slight transparencies, a little bit of diffusion. Because when this gets so interrupted, it just gets flat. It just flattens. That's the shape, and
It's very
super strong.
stripy.
Yeah, so what I would do is perhaps when it gets diffused, especially with the help of the light, it just kind of like gets diffused in a radiating way. It just becomes even wider. You create a sense of space. The moon is like all the way in, and then the clouds are sort of like moving above us. So I would, oops, sorry, keep going back and forth, but I would possibly just smooth blur that edge on this side. On that side, create almost like folds. So there's the oops, again, sorry. Yeah, I would just create almost folds. There's something really nice about this splitting the clouds into upside down folds almost. So I would anchor the split first, this area, this crevice, almost this kind of like indentation, and then bring the highlights alongside. But I feel like that's a really good way to break up that regularity of the clouds. Sorry, I just, I don't know.
Sorry, I should have put him in one photo.
Yeah. Oh, no, it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, a few things. So that first, create more softer transitions on the edges of the clouds and create more irregularities. And then you have something spectacular in this image, which is the change in color temperature. I love the fact that you have this really cool, vibrant, almost turquoisey color on the close to the moon. But then as it fades away, because of the brightness of the moon, it just creates this fractal uh, uh, light that has more pink and even some like yellow on it. It just feels like a really beautiful, very prism-like. So what I would do is, yeah, I think I would just concentrate in a more arch way. So you have something here that it gets organized almost by positioning. So perhaps push the pinks a little bit more towards the edges in a way that they feel correlating on both sides, and keep the blues, um, uh, cool down the blues on this area above the moon. So there's sort of like a refractal effect. The pinks pushed back to the edges, and then the blues getting more concentrated above the moon. Same thing with the bottom part. If you correlate this with the bottom, you can just bring this vibrant blue, just like applied right here. And then I love how the blue transitions into this kind of like a lavender color on the edges. So I would just also bring this definitely here. The combination of diffusing a little bit and bringing the temperature, positioning it in a scale on that line, will definitely integrate it with the rest of the clouds, organize that deconstruction of light as it radiates away from the moon. I think that's what I would do. And obviously, because the light um, of the moon doesn't get here as clearly, this has a slightly more muted value. So that could help you also create an idea of perspective. This area having a little bit more muted than the top. So in regards to the background, I love the gradation also. You know, you have the darker areas that are pushed against the corners in a way. So maybe here, I would just bring a little bit of light on this area, because it looks like it's much darker against the cloud than it is on the corner, on the upper left corner. So perhaps if you just bring more of that, push the darker areas on the edges and just bring a little bit, slightly, it's not even perceivable here on this area, but definitely it is right here. So a little bit more, like push the darker to the corners and then bring a little bit of this tone I would bring it even higher so it shows that that's the background and the cloud is in front of it. Because right now the light gets interrupted and there's no continuation at all on the other side of the cloud.
Got it. See what I can do.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. I'm so happy
Thank
that
you.
you're painting and I miss you so much. We miss you so
I
much,
know. I
both of
miss you
you.
guys.
But I hope you're well and you're safe.
I'm great.
Okay, perfect. I just
Thank you so much. I always love this.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome. So perfect. I am just gonna just do some refreshing and
I think it's just us to West Coast kids left.
yeah, thanks
So,
for being so patient. But yeah, we want to make sure that we respect um, the time difference. It's so yeah. Anyhow, so I guess I'm just gonna go, Darlene. I'm just gonna. Oh, I'm just
I
gonna go
don't
to you.
know.
Okay,
I
so
was gonna say I don't know if she posted it actually,
oh
but maybe she did.
yes, I see it.
She
I
did.
did.
Yay!
Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay,
Darlene.
perfect. I'm just gonna bring this up. Okay, so it looks good. Fantastic, perfect. Thanks, Darlene. And all right, so yeah, the image looks amazing. And transfer the translation onto the new format, composition wise, I think that's very good. I would say a couple of things. Focusing on composition because we started with composition. I noticed that you brought up this a lot more than in the photo, so which is good. The rooftop, it's much more predominant here. So think of this: the more predominant a shape is, the more it will demand attention. So because it just sticks out a little bit more, I feel like I would spend time creating highs and lows on the slope, on the eave, um, just because it takes much more space. I would just bring a little bit of an architectural suggestion. It doesn't have to be detailed, but sort of like evoking the idea of that being a roof and a sloping roof, and then some of the eave. It could be all under shadows, which it is, and I think that's really beautiful. But it's taking a little bit more space. So I would define this a little bit more, and then on the other side, um, I love the green, but I would also uh, encourage you or invite you to make it even darker if you can. And I'll tell you why. Because the more you dim the light on this visual plane, the more brightness you're going to have on the sky. So illuminating this, it just takes away from the actual brightness of the light condition. So, and by the way, I would also, making it a little bit darker, it would unify all but that's going on right here. We'll unify it into a group. So I think that would just make it present, but not take any attention from the fireworks that are happening in the sky. Because I think that it's so beautiful that consider it being the main focal point and dimming the light everywhere else. Um, so that's what I would do. And then in regards of the background, so clearly I feel like here there is something that sets the stage for this uh, you know super warm and wonderful orange, and that's the clear sky that's behind. So there's a clear distinction between the action on the clouds and how the sunset, I'm guessing it's the sunset, sort of like illuminates the clouds, but it's all done in front of this backstage, that the backdrop, which is this beautiful gradated or gradated, yeah, background. So what I would do is I would possibly concentrate more in uniforming, making it more uniform. So you have the background and kind of like making it more of a blocked out, and and then kind of like moving it, graded it or lighten it up but being part of the background. So there's more of like an idea of continuation. So, and then you can just bring this as bursts of color and light on top of it. I know that this color right here, the color of the sky, you cannot see it in between the bursts, but since it occupies, if you see the image, it occupies more than 50% of the image right here. So there is a dominance of the backdrop. So what I would do is make the backdrop dominant in a really large area of the painting. So then you can concentrate on the bright color pigment on this section of the photograph. I don't know if that was helpful, but I would just kind of like do a combination of dimming the light on the foreground, grouping together the area of color, and then expanding the backdrop in the background. So it looks like that's, yeah, the backdrop.
Okay, thanks. I got what happened with the bottom with the house there, the roof. I got I got obsessed with what shade it should be, and I like overdid it, and then it got larger, and it was like a disaster.
That's okay. No. It's not. No, it's just taking a beautiful shape. I think it's taking a beautiful shape. You have such a strong stage, and yeah, I love the image, and I love how you're developing your painting. I think, as we know, it's a process. It's a process. So it's super strong.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks so much. Yeah. And then I'm just gonna go to Claire really quickly. And I see.
I posted 2 photos. I posted the painting, and then 2 photos I was working off of.
Okay, I see this one right here. That's the painting, and that's
that's the painting, and then there's that photo, and then the next photo.
Oh, I see. Okay, let me just kind of like organize it.
One was more for the cloud, and one was more for the roof.
Oh.
And I obviously, this is a view outside my window. I obviously eliminated some of the crisscrossy wires.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, the painting looks amazing. I mean, the painting looks amazing. I mean, I have to say, this is like a nice composition. And I see, I love that you incorporated that. That's so great. That's great. Great addition. Great way of like mixing components of different areas. Really good. So you got the architecture on without the light condition, and then you got the spectacular cloud. So I think that's very good. I love the anchoring with the architecture on the lower part. It just makes the cloud, it makes it taller, look much taller than it is. So I think that's really good. I would possibly, as a suggestion, work on the quality of the antenna. I think the antenna is such a cool, fun, contemporary object. And I love that you made it a focal point. I think it makes the painting original in the way it's putting attention to. So, but I would definitely maybe work on creating variations of, because I feel like the lines are perhaps a little bit too thick. Or too even, I would say, because there's sort of like a wonderful variation of quality between the post and the crossing area and this sort of like hair stuff. So I feel like I would work on that. And also, I also feel like the darkness of the antenna, it's pretty graphic. So it's a focal point and I love it, but I would perhaps consider not making it so stark black against the background. I don't know. I would just
I had trouble seeing the black against the. It's the Van Dyke Brown against the Payne's Gray, and I just couldn't even see it. I think I need to wait for it to dry to get in there with
Yeah, you could trim from the
Yeah.
outside if you want to, and then maybe just
Yeah.
wait a day until it sets, and then add. Because I feel like if it's slightly softer, it would feel so wonderfully integrated with the actual
Right.
environment.
Yeah, it looks so clunky. Julio, I have to share with you my dissatisfaction with this storm. I'm so underwhelmed. I think I made my cloud darker than it actually was because I really was looking forward to a dark, cloudy, moody, rainy day, and didn't get it.
I
A little disappointed.
know. I'm empathizing with that feeling. I was pissed.
but in a way, it's good. It got me to run all my errands and get everything done before the apocalypse. It never happened.
Yeah, I mean, we should be grateful that it didn't cause damage. And I mean, listen, this is only among us, because I know that there are a lot of people that live on the streets, and I know that we're being so yes,
Oh,
but
I'm sorry. I
no,
didn't
no, 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 no.
sound
I am so
so
happy that
entitled.
we share this among us, but I feel comfortable just jumping on what you said and empathizing with you, because I was angry this morning. I saw the sun. I said, "What the hell? Is that the storm?"
Me too. But
Honey, it was dark here. It was dark in the valley. It's just where you guys were. It was dark and raining this morning. I wasn't
Stupid
underwhelmed. So
Westwood. So Julio, I feel like the quality of the clouds, it just had too much paint on the canvas. I couldn't see very well. I feel like it's very gloppy. Any tips you have on the interior, especially of the clouds?
Yeah, I feel like it's very strokey. You can see the strokes, and I feel like there's a really beautiful sense of transparency versus opacity, density of water versus areas that it's less dense. So I would just buff it, or kind of like make it a little bit more smoky in certain areas, not everywhere,
Mm-hmm.
because I love the idea of showing the paint strokes. I think that's very good, but I think there's a uniformity and evenness of the gray that it doesn't capture all these kind of like billowy aspects. So
Yeah.
perhaps just kind of like buffing, or um, smoking it, or not smoking it, or blurring it, or I forgot the word.
Like taking a cloth or something.
Yeah, or even with a brush, but yeah, some areas could be like really smooth, and then
Mm-hmm.
you have this patches, especially like here, for example. This is so spectacular. You have a cloud that's in front, that's darker and denser, but then this it's a little bit less, and it kind of like traces, and then you have this billowy mushroomy thing right here, that it's determined by the halo of lightness around it. So I would,
I
yeah.
see it. I just have a hard time doing it.
No, don't. It looks fantastic. I mean, I'm just sort of like doing a taxonomy session here, I guess,
Mhm.
and looking through every single thing. You have like a very strong uh, stage. I would just continue trying to diversify values, for example. Maybe perhaps even there's something really great about the blue. There's gray, no question, but this is definitely a colored cloud. It's not just look at
Mhm.
the harmony almost with the background. So perhaps incorporating a little bit more blue to the cloud,
Mhm.
keeping it dark but with color. I think that could also push it forward a little bit. There's so much, I would just like pause and then take a little bit of time to kind of like build on what you have. I love
Great.
the frayed edges also. There's some that are lighter and transparent. So perhaps kind of like pinching it and removing or working manipulating the regularity on this edge and making it a little bit more uneven could also help. There's something really nice about this torn effect. Here it almost disappears on this area. So perhaps here you could fade it. Yeah, there's something also about the clouds on the edge. So there's definitely, it's broken and dispersing. So I think this cloud right here could also be poked from the outside and a little bit torn, so it doesn't feel too regular. It just depends on how much time you want to dedicate, but definitely I would kind of like insist on, it's just time, really.
Okay.
What do you think?
I agree. I wish I could come on Wednesday, but I cannot.
Oh, no, you can just, yeah, if you can kind of like dedicate some time, maybe before another session that you may join, or after, or now that you have everything out, and if you want to do it a little bit, take a break. So yeah, never feel obligated, but yeah, hopefully these notes or could just help you to.
Yeah,
And I
no,
love the
super helpful. Thank you.
yeah, I love the
Go ahead.
architecture. I think that's really excellent. So good job on that. It provides a nice frame, a nice support, and I like the values on that. So that looks really good. Maybe the chimney could be a little bit lighter in certain spots. Yeah,
Right.
so it kind of like stands out a tiny bit because it's such a nice. I love like when you paint, you incorporate little tiny accessories, and that's very much something like that I like about your work. You know, there's little clues, little kind of like figurines in the shape of like elements. So I feel like
Oh, thank you.
bringing a little bit more of lightness here could help you.
Yeah, I did think about the composition and where the antenna would go. I do agree with your notes on that. It was fun to work with what I have and edit what's in the actual photo to what I want to use.
Awesome, looks fantastic.
Thanks, Julio. Great
Mm.
assignment.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope yeah, I had a lot of fun, so I'm just gonna work a little bit more on it. But so I'm just,
And I love everyone's work.
I
Just
know,
gorgeous,
just nuts. I mean,
beautiful.
seriously, it's just so
They're
beautiful.
all so unique.
Yeah. Um, so Denise, I'm just gonna bring, this is so beautiful. Let me see if I can find, oh yeah, oh my gosh. Whoa, okay. All right. So you have a lot going on. Oops, sorry.
I
That
know.
is so good. All right, so good. I love the mirror image, and it's a good, great, fantastic challenge. Okay, perfect. So this is super dramatic, and yeah, I mean, really good. I like. No, nothing is too hard at all. So so I really love the figure. So I think that's really excellent.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what I liked about the picture.
yeah, no, I think that's amazing because it creates a very reflective area, and the fact that the figure is it's almost like walking on the clouds. There's
Mhm.
so much symbolism here. So conceptually, it's not only statically very um, strong, but I think conceptually it's also very beautiful. So two things. So obviously, this determines the split between the image.
Mhm.
Uh, so yeah, I think that's very good. It also concentrates the darker area. So you have something that to me becomes one focal point. So I feel like I would even darken it a little bit more because I feel like that is taking a little bit too much darkness
Mhm.
on the sky. So I would consider the anchor of this, the way I see it, the anchor of this image is the horizon line. And there's a slight descent on the horizon line that brings even more perspective because it almost makes the perspective have a convergence from the left. I'm sorry, from the right. It's kind of like converging to a point on the left. So if you notice, I don't know. I mean, I know that that's not really the case, but compositionally, what am I doing? Am I writing here? Oh yeah. So you have this very strong diagonal here, very
Mhm.
strong diagonal here. And then you also have these organizations right here. and these clouds organized this way. So there is a pool. There's a pool that converges towards this part of the painting. And then you have the figure to counterbalance. It's really cleverly, fantastically well thought of. You have the figure that counterbalances on the other side. But there's definitely a pull, and the horizon line, it just descends a little bit, because I feel like that it also becomes part of that convergence almost. It's not quite, I'm exaggerating it, but it's not straight. So I would even exaggerate or try to create that descent, because that's going to help you even converge the energy so much more to the left of the painting. So so those two things. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. The darkness concentrate. I know that this is very, very dark, but I feel like start with making that area the strongest one. I mean, the darkest one, and then you can always you can always darken this a little bit later if you want.
Okay.
So, and then after that, yeah, so you have like two, which you did very well. You have like two different surfaces. So I think you did it the right way, because you want to differentiate the blue on the backdrop right here, and then the sandy color. And you did it really well. I would possibly make that sandy color much lighter also, because so it doesn't take too much attention. So I would just create more of a broad, lighter sandy color right here, maybe a transition from sandy color to blue as a very smooth transition. In fact, I would possibly just work on that as a backdrop and create the clouds as texture, because the clouds are so broken down that they feel more texture than actual volume, except for a few clouds. So perhaps you're better off if you create a transition overall, and then you just pepper the transition with the clouds on top. But yeah, I mean, the main clouds, I would try to bring this organization on based on these converging lines, because I feel like that's gonna give you such a strong energy in the painting. Don't worry about how many clouds or anything like that, but I feel like that's a super strong. It actually will help you create a stronger mirror image between the sky and the. Yeah, definitely. I would just bring a little bit more of those stronger contrast edges also at the bottom to find that correlation between the contrast on the sky and at the bottom. This is a wonderful opportunity to practice also more abstraction, because I feel like, you know, after anchoring these elements, then you could be a little bit freer in the way you apply the texture.
Yeah, I was trying to maybe I was thinking about trying to make it more abstract, but and the way that you pointed that out, that really makes a big difference, because that's going to give it a lot of perspective too, and make it even more dynamic. Now it's like the colors are dynamic, but that'll give it a little more, the more dynamic perspective.
I would, yeah, I think so. So the first thing that comes forward is that, you know, the dramatic organization of the clouds. But I think if you go deeper and then just kind of like anchor them with those sort of like broad angles, I think that should be the core. And then you can always decide how much realism you want in the clouds or abstraction, but at least you have that anchoring of the structure, and it could be as it could be really as abstract as I like the idea of abstraction versus realism. So the figure could be more defined, and that could be the realistic aspect of the painting, and the rest could be more of an abstraction. I think it's I think it's gonna be amazing. It is amazing already. If you spend a little bit of time just kind of like reorganizing, I also love the fact that there's a concentration of color or saturation on the upper part. So not only there is a transition, but it almost feels like the whole thing transitions from the bottom, the sandy gray, and it slightly transitions to bluer, but I feel like it doesn't stop. It just continues until the darker pigmentation. So I would just also bring that transition almost that way, you know, slightly making it blue, and then as if there was color wise and pigmentation wise, I would even pay attention. I would not pay attention to the horizon line. I would just increase the pigmentation from neutral to bluer.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I noticed it as I was painting. I didn't have much time today actually, but I noticed that about half of the painting is that gray color, which really kind of surprised me, because when you look at it, it looks so blue, but I mean, most of it is actually that sort of gray. And now I see a little purple in the middle. So
Right. Yeah. A little lavender. Yeah.
yeah, a little lavender.
Yeah, I think, yeah, and also to create perspective, even I mean, in addition to the converging lines, and
Mhm.
since this is more texture than volume, notice that there's more density and density of texture and smaller, grainier the closer it
Mhm.
gets to the horizon line. So I would just take that principle to develop the abstraction almost.
Yeah.
Make it
Might take some.
tighter.
Mhm. Oh, I see. I might take out some of the clouds out on the left side to make that a stronger shape. You know, that
Yeah.
that diagonal shape that you're talking about to enforce the perspective a little more.
Right. Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, yeah, a lot of creative choices here, but
Mhm.
it's a fantastic image to practice transition, perspective, texture,
Mhm.
and value. So I just can't wait.
Thanks, Ilya.
Thanks, Denise. Thanks so
For
much.
all the help. Loving this one.
Yeah, cool. And so, and I think Sarah. Okay, great. Yeah. So I'm just
Sarah's
gonna.
actually had to go, so
Oh,
we
okay.
can move on.
Okay. So Laura, wow, amazing. Okay, so all right, so I'm gonna bring. I notice that you have this right here. Okay, perfect. All right, so I'm gonna bring it closer to the image. Very good. Okay, so all right, so great. I love the view. I think this is amazing. So compositionally, I think I would go that. I always go that first because that's where we start, and I think it's always good to kind of like go back and see what happens. So you have like I think like this is like 50% and 50%. So 50% of the image is the hill, there's a landscape and the architecture, and then the other 50% is the clouds. So I would say these are your two focal points. You know, there you have two areas and two focal points, and because they're evenly split, I would dedicate as much time to one as I would to the other. So I think, yeah, I think that's what I would do. So
Julio, can you refresh? I just uploaded another one that I've been
absolutely,
working on the
yeah. Thanks for letting me know. And then I'll just
the body.
yeah. All right, let me just uh, oh, this one right here, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Um, oh, sorry. It's just like flips and changes. Okay. Did I just move it?
Where'd it go?
Oh, where? Okay, here we go. Sorry, I'm just kind of like lost. Ah. Okay, and then I'm just gonna move this one right here. So, all right. So yeah, perfect. So yeah, yeah, so 50-50 equal attention. So I think that's very good. So all right, so the way I see this, so value will be very important, obviously, on the landscape. So I almost feel, Laura, that there's a distance, right? So this is a view, and then you have things that are closer, and then uh, the uh, the foliage gradually increases in height, and then it goes further away from us. because of the humidity in the air, the clouds and stuff like that, I also noticed that there is this sort of like haziness as the lines of trees just move away from the point of view. So what this does, it creates an idea of distance based on the fact that the color becomes a little bit smokier and smokier as it fades away. And again, we're kind of like dissecting it, but so on the image, it does the reverse effect. You create more darkness and definition, because the color, I'm not talking about the color or the realism. When you create more darkness, you create more contrast. And creating more contrast brings more attention to the edge. So the edge comes forward more. So I think it looks amazing. I mean, don't ultimately we make the creative decisions and we decide if we want to keep it or not, or but I think it looks amazing. So but I'm just bringing sort of like, since there's so much it's kind of like 50-50, I'm just bringing attention to the effect and how things are a little bit darker. Like this too, for example, it's a perfect example. There's more darkness on the shaded areas of the trees right here than there is on the shaded areas of the trees back there. So yeah, it's a fine line because you have trees that are darker, but I think anyhow. So I would just continue working on it. I love the fact that the architecture is at the bottom, and there is this kind of like busyness, busy. So I love this sort of like busy rooftops. So I would even increase it more, because I would kind of like break it down and group it together in like human built almost. So there's this area, I would even group it more clearly together.
Okay.
That it's the streets, it's the parking lots, it's the backyards, there's the palm tree that's planted right there, but
Right.
this area right here almost, let me see if I can just, I know that, I don't know if that helps, but this area right here, excluding the palm tree, but this area, it's all human built. So this kind of like, it concentrates the urban aspect, and it kind of like makes sense because that's the street, that's the sort of like the road, so then you have this section right here. There are homes, but that's more like a residential area. There's more botanical elements. So I would break it down because I feel like right now it's not as clear, and it's gonna drive you nuts, possibly, because you're gonna have to. You feel like you have to do every single detail right there, and I would just group it together. It's kind of like group this area, and treat it like with as much level of abstraction as you want, and then group together the greens. I feel like that's going to be sort of like a tidier and kind of like providing the information or feeding information of how the structure actually works.
And I think it'll help with depth too, because like you said, you have the urban and then a little bit more mountainous, and then yeah, thank you. I think that's gonna help me a lot, because I was figuring that out as I was going, but I think that makes it easier.
I mean, consider it, because there's something so whimsical and so appealing with what you have right now. It really comes through. It's so original and genuine. You don't have to go by the rules at all. So don't change it unless you want to experiment with it, because I feel like it's just really, it's just really beautiful the way you have it. I mean, if you continue like that, it would be so so beautiful. So creative choices only, and then I'm just gonna work on talk about the sky. You have like some amazing color on the sky. I know that it seems gray, but there's this almost like aqua, almost like a turquoisey aqua note, and so I would possibly bring color on the sky. You love color. I think
Yes.
bringing some of that mysterious, or it kind of like I see you on the video and I see the color on the roof and on the ceiling, and there's something of that turquoisey note that I can feel it also belongs here. So
Okay.
I would just yeah, and softening maybe the contrast at the beginning, because you can keep more the contrast on the urban area, but this could be a little bit like calmer or more muted contrast wise. It would be a nice distinction between the chaos, even conceptually, the chaos of humans screwing everything up,
Mhm.
and then the skies, the heavens, just being an example of peace and calm and harmony and a pleasure. And so I don't know, maybe conceptually, I don't know.
You know, Julio, I have tons of amazing cloud pictures because I'm another cloud lover. And I've been taking for years. And so I was like, yes, finally, right? And then so I picked out all these amazing cloud pictures. But then I'm like, no, I want to do today. I want to do today. And like somebody else mentioned, because we are all so underwhelmed. Well, some of us. And then so I did love the darkness that's happening. And so, but capturing that is this for me was like I took all those great pictures. I mean, pulled all those great pictures, and then this is today. And it was very, like you said, very calm. We don't have those voluminous clouds. Well, we do in some areas, but not when I was taking the pictures. And then you have that little sliver of light, and that's what made me. That's what I picked. That's why I picked it, because that sliver of light in the actual picture is very bright, and right above too, a little bit behind the clouds, the dark clouds. So
Right.
that's what I'm trying to accomplish.
Ooh.
Because I'm like, I know we're working on clouds. Why am I working on this? But this is to me is like we're waiting for the storm. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
makes perfect sense. And I think you should be true to your emotional concept ultimately, because a painting, yeah, we know we just have the source and everything, but it's about how we feel. So I think you should stay true to that emotional intention. If that's the underwhelmed feeling, or what you just explained, then stay true to it, because I think that's really important. Just bring maybe a little bit more lightness right
yeah.
here, and forget about the color, because that
You
would
know,
be
but you know what, Julio? When I actually downloaded the picture, I could see the lightness and even the more of the blue in the picture. I mean,
right,
in the actual picture when I downloaded it.
right.
Yes, right there, I could see it, and that's what I tried to do a little bit more. But I'm gonna work on it because I think you're right, and I think that I do want to have that sense of calm that I love so much. That's why I took this picture too.
I Stay true to the feelings, to your feelings. I think that's the most important thing, because that really overrules anything else. Whatever intention, I think that's really important. But yeah.
And originally, I wanted to like just do very Darlene-esque, Darlene, like the bottom of it, not very clear. I just wanted it to be more.
Oh.
But of course, I started doing one roof right, and then I had to do another one right. So I'm trying to still be like more like that's not the important part, but I still want to identify, you know.
I think it's amazing, and I think it's a process also. I'm glad that this is more challenging than we thought, and then it's just pulling us in different directions. And I think ultimately, I just love that experience, and it's so important to share as well. So I'm so happy that you brought that up, because I feel like I get inspired by seeing other people's translations and conceptual approaches. So it's just, you're on the right track. You're in a place right now that it should feel so satisfying to decide artistically where you want to take what you have. So it's a really right position right now. So yeah, yeah.
Thanks, Julio. And it's like I have the concept, but then now, it's like you said, something else is just developing, and I could it'll just speak to me, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks,
Okay.
Laura.
Thank you, Julio.
Awesome. Perfect. And yeah, so Lois, I know you uploaded a photo, I mean, a painting as well. This one right here. So yeah. Are you here, Lois?
Hi, I'm here.
Thanks so much. And this is amazing. Okay, so I'm just gonna put it.
So I took pictures real early this morning.
Wow.
So it was kind of, it looked like the storm had passed and the sun was coming out.
Oh.
And then it got darker later, but it's very dramatic. A little drama there.
Oh,
I
it's
like the painting better than the photo.
Thank you.
I agree with
I
Claire.
love all the images in your video yesterday. It was so great. Oh my gosh, all those paintings.
I know. It's like
I want to die.
Yeah. This is amazing. Yeah, I agree. Claire, you said it. Yeah, that's it. It's just better. I mean, your translation. I feel like you came from the pillow, and you were able to incorporate the pillow in a better way here, because I feel like it fits the premise better than on the pillow. So there's something about reminiscent about what you did with the blanket on the pillow, that here it just creates space and right, yeah, variation. So thanks for jumping in, Laura. Yeah, but absolutely, I don't know, you have it in a very good place as well. So I'm gonna bring some notes just for the sake of it, but
Yeah.
So yeah, I just love the warmth. I think that's very good. I like the dissolution of the cloud, because there's something about this. It almost feels like cotton or kind of like fabric when you shred it. There's something about this that has a little bit of the remain of a cloud, but it's very ghostly. And I feel like here it's very much like kind of like shaped still very strongly. So I would possibly play of shredding things a little bit more on this section right here, by letting the backdrop be the support of that work, because I feel like you have a high pigmentation on the background. It's like very strong, which is very good. I like that translation, but I feel like it kind of like stops on this surface right here, and there's not a kind of like a see-through of that backdrop in between somehow. So I would possibly play a little bit with bringing the color of the backdrop maybe in between, so there's more of this integration. So to me, there's something also magical.
More translucency.
Yeah, just to play with more variation, not that it needs it, but I was going to say that there's something, it almost feels like I'm underwater. There's something really beautiful about the way you translated it, because I feel like I'm a diver, and then you're giving me like this point of view from below the surface of the water. There's something very magical about that, because of the high pigmentation, I'm saying. But at the same time, because of that effect, I would even try to shred it a little bit more, because this becomes almost like coral reefs, something a little bit more solid. It just depends.
Yeah,
Also
more sculptural. It's kind of sculptural.
Yep, I think yeah, that would be my only suggestion. Just taking into account the high pigmentation of the sky, which I think it's really excellent. Perhaps do a little bit more of smokiness on this part right here, kind of like make it less strokey, and a little bit more like smoky.
Yeah, the photographs seem to really pick up all that super highlights. It's a little more smoky in the thing, but yeah, I totally agree with your notes. It's not quite so green and so strong on the actual painting. But isn't it interesting how everybody's like thumbnails look so real? Like, like when you get back from it and I'm looking at the thumbnails, they look like photographs of sky. It's so cool.
Yeah, they're better than the photographs.
Claire's especially, I thought.
Say that again?
Claire's especially.
Right.
Like his tiny thumbnails, they really look like sky.
Yeah.
Yours especially, Lois.
We just need to put them up as like look at them from really far away. I can't wait to be able to like step back from my painting someday. Oh my God, it's so in my face. I can't get more than 5 feet away from it without bumping into somebody.
Yeah, it looks beautiful. No, it's just amazing. Yeah, it's just amazing. Yeah, good job, Lois. Yeah, if you, I mean, if you can spend like even like this area right here, like uh, from the thumbnail point of view, it's really sophisticated. You created much more interest right here than in the photograph. So,
Yeah,
Did
fun,
you
fun.
use cerulean blue?
I did use cerulean, and I used alizarin crimson right away. I don't know. I didn't like. I was like, yes, that totally had to take down that blue because the ultramarine is so blue.
yeah, it's so blah, you know, when you apply,
I
it's
was
like, oh,
surprised. Yeah, I was surprised. I kind of did it by mistake because I was like, oh, opposite of blue, is orange. So I used a lot of cad orange for the gray, for the darker parts. I used a lot of cad orange, and then for the upper sky, I used cerulean and alizarin.
fantastic.
Yeah, it was fun. My palette was more organized, and so I was able to. This actually was really good to come off of the pillow.
Lois, at first look, it's Julie. I thought you painted an underwater scene. It's so gorgeous. It also looks like, you know, you could be swimming along the bottom of a coral reef or just atop a coral reaf. That's amazing.
Oh,
Really
I
love
wish.
it.
Thank you. Well, it was good listening to Julio to tell me to stop blending. I was like, to brush down. Oh my God. I was there. I was blending away.
Oh, Lois, thanks so much for joining us. It's so fun.
My pleasure.
All right. Okay, good. So, Dina, that looks, I'm just gonna move. And Lois, by the way, we're just gonna now make it official. We'll put the palette every time, and then we'll put the palette every time, and then we'll send the palette in advance. Sorry, my mistake. I just refreshed it too late.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All good.
It's a good idea. It's a good idea.
It's good for new painters too, I think.
Absolutely. Yeah, you're so right. Thanks for that. Yeah. All right. So Dina, let me see if I see the image, Dina, but I don't see the painting. Is that right? Or I can just go to someone else if you want to upload it later. All right. And this is Amanda. Amanda, are you here by any chance?
I am here.
Yay!
Wow, wait. Whew. I always feel like, what a workout. Really do. I think it's great. My body temperature goes up and I'm like, oh my gosh. And what wonderful work everyone is doing.
Yeah.
Now I did, I know that Jen uploaded a more recent painting. So you're looking at one that was the earliest, and then
see it.
Yes, so it's marked with the time.
Oh, okay.
The most recent, it says 1:46.
I think this is it, right? Yeah, I think this is it. I believe so.
Yeah, that's probably right. Oh my God, I think it was, I can't remember who. No, I think that's the earlier one. But you know what? Maybe not. I think long and listening and painting and who knows.
Yeah, I think it says 146. This one.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, it was when I added some more purple to the bottoms of those clouds. That made a big difference. That was good. But man, this is so hard. I'm not good at fluffy. I'm just not good at fluffy.
No.
Gosh.
This looks amazing. I love the graininess of it. It's so impactful. I think it's just incredible. And the way you treated the greens, let me just tell you, that shows that you have great observational skills, because it's not as clear as it seems.
Right.
So yeah, love the view. This is a wonderful. I like that you kept things like lower. I love this appearance from the side of the tree. I think this is so good. Trying to compete against the clouds almost.
Right, right. I also just loved that there was this, the lower right corner, that piece of the roof was so important. I was trying to crop it before that, right over there. The fact that it's in the brightest little spot, I just needed it. I knew I needed it. It was like, I just need to balance out the light. It has to be brighter over there. Anyhow, I also just love the antenna.
Yeah.
Haven't put it in yet. And it's kind of in my way of really getting some good clouds over there, but
Right. No, I think conceptually the antenna is important. To me, it just says, you know, everything that belongs to nature in a way works, but then the antenna, it's kind of like falling. falling.
I know it's sort of a disaster, but it's kind of funny too. It's kind of,
It's toppling. I love that.
uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, no, anyhow, so I think I want to compliment you for compositionally, the way you organize elements and everything. I think it's really good. And everything has its place and its meaning. And also the way you incorporate the greens, I think that's really good. They're toned down, muted, and it just creates more attention to the actual clouds, you know, because that's ultimately the main focal point of the painting. All this just accentuates the drama happening in the sky. So I feel like that's a very well taken care of. Nothing pops up in color. The saturation, the accent color is the blue. So in that sense, I think you did a phenomenal job. I would continue because somehow I think to me there are two main areas here, because you have like different elements, and I think what you've done brilliantly is to group together everything that's going on. You know, the cypress trees, they just pierce the sky on this area, and then you have this canopy that doesn't have a trunk. We don't see the trunk, so it's very playful. So I feel like you've done the right thing, just unifying in a way the neutrality of all those elements, because I feel like otherwise things will start competing too much, I would say. So I would continue working on these elements, the peripheral elements that ground and frame the clouds. I would give them a little bit of a push, because I think that there's something really valuable that you have and important, and the way you treated them, it's really beautiful. So perhaps on the canopy, I would just, the greens that you have here, they're very, the actual photograph, they feel like a Renaissance painting. There's something so amazing in the way it's organized, from this yellow ochre kind of like green all the way to this
dark olive or almost greens.
So I would just create a gradation within what you have on the greens, maybe just picking up the same kind of like shadow that you have on the cypress trees and bringing it right here. So there is a correlation. But I would definitely, you know, just bring a little bit more variations of that green, maybe just also later after working a little bit on the clouds if you want, but I would just bring some of that green over, because I like the fact that it just disintegrates and it creates this irregularity. I feel like it's perhaps a little bit too regular. It almost feels boxy. I could just group it together into a rectangle. There's this fantastic serpentine line, and then it goes back inside here. I would just accentuate that a little bit more.
Yeah, good.
You have the verticality of the cypress trees, and then that picks up too much. And there's something really interesting about the distinction between the vertical and the serpentine.
Yeah, great. Yeah, it's a little bit like a leafy cloud. A little bit.
Yes, I would play with that concept, because it's so fun. To me, this is the renegade canopy that wants to be a cloud. I love that.
Oh, wow. Well, you know
and
what?
then-
Just as before you go into where I really need help, which is really the clouds. Before that, I just wanted to tell you that I was out, this was last week, I guess, and I was just out walking the dog. And this view faced one direction. And if I turned my body to the other direction, I took plenty of pictures also of the sky above Dodger Stadium, which is a vaccination site. And I was really torn between doing the tip top of Dodger Stadium and those clouds, and then going like, this is the other direction. But it's actually, for me to know and to be able to even to share with you guys, that's this, that if I turn my body, this is the way that I'm facing one way, and the other way is vaccination site,
Wow. Well, you can always incorporate that in a title or description. I mean,
Oh,
view
yeah.
from
Yeah. Anyway,
opposite Dodger Stadium.
talk to me about fluffiness.
So the first thing that I would do, because I feel like, I love the pixelation, but the first thing that I would do is unify the backdrop as much as possible, because that would give you a nice foundation for the blending that I feel like needs to happen a little bit more on the clouds. So I would unify as much, soften, even out as much as you can the backdrop. So there are certain areas that I would even block it out. I know that there's some remains of clouds on top, but I would definitely understand or try to anchor the backdrop of what's going on with the transition of blue. So in that sense, make this more flat and even, and same thing with the empty areas. That's just gonna calm down the pixelation a little bit, or tame it, because right now everything's treated very similarly. So I feel like making a distinction between that evenness, softness, and flatness, gradated, yes, but still completely different than the formation of the cloud. So that would be my first thing. You can always add some wisps on top of it later, but at least if you have a uniform, even graded
I need a background. It needs to be the background.
Yeah, I think that would definitely create depth, support, frame, distinction. So that would be step one for me. And then step two, I love the contrast, but I think I would just use a dry brush, and I would try to blend or diffuse some of the edges. I love the pointillistic approach. I like the pixelation, but I feel like now you have it in a very good sweet spot to just bring maybe some medium and mix the with zinc white, or just like if the paint's still which it is, like wet, just blush some of the areas, some of the edges, because I feel like that will just integrate the texture within the volume of the cloud, because I feel like it's too texturized.
Absolutely. I felt like I went, but maybe somebody else had this similar experience, but when I did the wash, I was, it was all a huge series of drips, drip, 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 drip. And I realized when I work alone, I usually walk away at that point and I go and do something else. And so it's hours later that I come back for what comes next. And so I was really experiencing frustration and muddy everything. And that, so I, that's the beauty of being able to take your time and leave it for now and then come back later after some things are not quite as liquid. And, because I was really, it was a combination of the values were all becoming the same. And then and color, also the blue of the sky, I was very, I had cerulean, but I also had Prussian blue and zinc white. And I think again, it's about unifying it with gradations, but still I was sort of trying to work with it when it was all getting too muddy. So anyway, and then I'd try and put white on top of it, and no, not yet. Oh,
Yeah, you have the, for example, this area right here. I agree. I mean, I understand, and thanks for explaining the process. So it's kind of like, yeah, it's just gonna take a little bit more time to
mhm.
sort of like, what's the craft where you take felting? You know, when with felting, you create fuzziness when you constantly just pull the fibers
Oh,
over and over and over, and then it creates a fluff. But you start with fibers. So
yeah.
I feel like you need to felt these clouds a little bit.
Oh, I love that. Yes, absolutely right. I gotta say, I wish maybe when I listen to it again, the words, the verbs that everyone else but you mostly have used to describe what we're doing with clouds are so great. You know,
Oh.
touch the cloud, poke the cloud. You know, it's just so wonderful because it's such an ethereal, it's such a combination of practical and technical and really ethereal and
Right.
like it's gas we're talking about, you
Right.
know, gas. And anyway, so it's
If
kind of
you want to be really blown away, well, if you dedicate more time to work on this, play the podcast. Because if you think that that was interesting, it
okay.
will blow your mind.
I'm looking forward to that. Thank
Oh, the way they explain how this is a conspiracy of water. I mean, they just go on go on and on with metaphors and analogies that it's so beautiful. It's amazing.
Great. And thank you too. I think mentioned it was Julie who offered it.
Yes, Julie. Thanks, Julie.
Yeah, I loved it. I loved, there was some phrase in there that they could just be couches for the gods or sofas for the gods, you know, those kind of things that you just go, oh my God. There's wonderful descriptions in that podcast though. Oh,
Julie, I was walking because yesterday I thought the damn storm was gonna come like yesterday. So it was so sunny. I said, let me just go for a walk and then come back. I was listening, and I wish I had like paper and pen and
me
paper.
too. Yeah.
Because every sentence is like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Plus the mix of science versus art and imagination and emotion, you know, it's just incredible.
Yeah, it's just it's thank you, Julie. It just moved me.
Well, it
Moved
wasn't my doing, but I happened to to hear it right on Sunday, and then you come up with the cloud thing. I was like, oh my God.
I swear I didn't know anything about it. It's so fascinating how these things happen. I was
Yeah.
amazing. But yeah, I mean, highly recommend to everyone to listen to that. I mean, it's truly
It
moving.
makes you tear up at the end too, as so we contribute to more clouds.
I know. And you know, it's about art, and it's about finding beauty in things. It's more it's beyond clouds. You know, there's a scientific part, and but it's just so I'm not surprised that there's so many thousands of people belong to that society. I'm not surprised at all.
Is
Right.
there a link for this podcast
Yeah, it's on the
somewhere?
email
It's in the
Oh.
email.
that I
It's
sent
amazing.
yesterday.
I'll read my email. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Highly
in the
recommended. It will inspire you. Like intellectually, you will feel so you know, nourished because it's really deep, beautiful, easy, not complex, and very inspiring. It validates you. It validates the sensitive parts in you. It makes you want to continue being artistic and going against the grain, and it's all of those things and more.
Mhm.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks,
Right.
Julie. And thanks, Amanda. And please continue. That's what I would do, kind of like felt it and then blend it a little bit more. And maybe because I noticed that there is a similarity in the grays, and I noticed that it is gray, but I also feel like there's some color.
That's where I ended up putting some more purple.
I think, yeah, I think I would even increase it a tad more, maybe making a little bit lighter in value because I feel like it expands too much. Because I notice and I recognize that this is the underbelly of the cloud, but then as it continues with the volume, it just fades a little bit lighter. So perhaps this area a little bit more purple and lighter.
It was interesting. I was I'm looking forward to see what happens when if you go back to the photo for a second, you'll see that, oh, it just doesn't really show up that much here, but I figured that so I've got the roof and then the dark plants on there. And then beyond that is the actual horizon, right? With a little bit of, you see that right where you are, that is a space of light showing snow, but it's like,
Ooh.
it just shows that the darkest part of it is the shadow of the clouds,
Oh my
the
gosh.
darkest parts. And so I thought, okay, so that I'm going for that very subtle purple, that grayish purple. But it ends up being so similar when you know to the ones up in just the underlining of the clouds. So
I think
it
that's
might
okay, but
look
yeah.
similar, maybe okay.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I would even trim this from the outside a little bit more so you contain that area.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, a little
Okay.
bit more. So that could also help you as well. But yeah, no, there's enough distinction, I would say. Yeah,
Okay.
there's enough distinction. Yeah, it's a little bit frostier. So perhaps this could be a little bit frostier. So it has more contrast between that and the plans. Because right now, the visual planes get too close to each other because there's no distinction of this sfumato on the paintings. Bring some sfumato in this
Oh.
mountain.
I'm gonna go have some sfumato right now. Okay.
Sounds good, Amanda.
Thank you. I'll send you when in a few
Yes,
days.
yes,
Dresses.
absolutely.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And yeah, so Julie, I'm so sorry. I just yeah, let me just bring and Mia, let's get
Oh, on mine, there's another one at the, my newer one is on the very end.
Oh, okay, perfect. So let me see if I can just see the photo really quickly. There's a photo. Did I pass it? I did. I think I passed it, right?
Mm-hmm. Where is it? Well, that's weird. It's not.
Did you upload the photo?
Yeah. How come it's not showing up right now?
Let me see.
It was up there earlier. It's got to be there. Oh, it was way up high somehow because it's a photo from a couple years ago.
Here.
There it is. It's from Wisconsin, the farm that we drive by when we go to the cottage. And I liked this photo so much because it was the western clouds. You know, the weather just moves from one side to the other. So there's the west to the east. But again, I did too much dark. I have a heavy hand with that.
No, I think that, I love
not the Prussian. It was the other one. And I feel like it's too busy. So I'm starting to take it a little lighter on the clouds.
All right. So a couple of things. The most striking part of the space, and I'm glad you brought some of architecture because that makes the space look bigger. So the tiny farm, and I think that helps in making the clouds more dramatic. But I feel like there's a swirling going on. There's an energy that swirls sort of like from this point, and it kind of like spreads a little bit, but there is kind of like a swirling almost. Oops, sorry. So
yeah, that's what I was
movement. It's almost like someone's blowing and the clouds are following kind of like a swirling motion. So I feel like I would just take that direction. I would take that direction and try to kind of like what I mentioned to Denise, try to bring that, perhaps just bringing more attention to this shape right here. And I love the rhythm of the bottom of the clouds because this is further away. So naturally, the bottom of that cloud looks more foreshortened and looks narrow. And this cloud right here, it's above us. So we see the bottom of the cloud much wider. So there's a rhythmic increase in the bottom of each of the volumes. So I feel like that's something that perhaps gradually I feel like there's, it's not as rhythmic because there's the same shape here, and this one kind of like picks up almost similarly. So I would anchor I would anchor the spread and the swirl and the beginning of that rhythmic increase from this point, from the left, from this point.
Mhm.
Then there is, at the same time, there's almost like I could draw a line that would kind of like bring this diagonal shape. So I would definitely make an edge, a line, something that would
Okay.
split diagonally, and make a distinction between what happens below this and what happens above. Because I feel like
Oh.
structurally, that could be a good idea to bring that sensation of swirl.
Okay. That's a
Maybe
great
bringing
idea.
some
And more
white.
white, probably, or more lighter tone through the middle of it to accentuate that diagonal.
Yeah, I think so. Some of this white, and there's kind of like a continuity almost, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah, just kind of like bringing some of that edge. And sometimes, I mean, what's interesting in some spaces, the white is underneath, the dark is above, and then you flip. The
I
lighter one is
know.
above, the dark underneath. But still, you know, you can kind of like pinpoint this sort of like
Mhm.
angle that picks up from almost like a continuation right here. And then there's
Mhm.
definitely this kind of like linear element. So I would definitely pancake the clouds here more in a more defined way. So create more of a layering right here,
Mhm.
2 layers as
I
something.
did it to the right, but I didn't do to the left there.
Yeah, I see it here. Yeah, but I would just kind of like even crop it because there's a sense of
Mhm.
this beginning beyond the edge. So
Right. Okay.
yeah, so what you did right here, I would just kind of like continue it on the edge. Yeah, definitely continue it. So it anchors that point, and then from there,
Mhm.
I mean, never mind. I could see the diagonal, so you have it. You have the diagonal.
No,
Perhaps
but it's too jumpy. I think it needs a more of a solid feel through there because it's just too busy to me.
I don't know. I kind of like the busyness, but yeah, perhaps maybe some more white in some
Mhm.
areas. I think the key is right here.
Okay.
This point right here, because I feel like that's gonna anchor that edge. And I feel like perhaps lifting the value a little bit,
Mhm.
because
You mean the darks?
yeah, I think
Okay.
here it could be a little bit lighter, because then you're
Okay.
gonna concentrate more attention to this
Mhm.
fanning out of the clouds, and this won't be as heavy.
Okay. Yeah.
A little lighter in value,
Mhm.
even though it's similar because you have the similar value. But give it a try first and see if that gives you a sense of perspective.
Mhm. Okay, that's helpful. It was much harder than I thought it would be. You know, I picked a difficult sky, but everybody said to pick difficult skies. I couldn't believe was it Denise picked 2 skies, the one on the reflection and the one above. I was like, "Oh my God, you have such
I
good."
know. I know.
Wow, that's such
No.
a challenge.
Yeah, no,
But
it's good. Sorry.
and I did this on a board in 11 by 14 because didn't remember I had no paper. But I was out of paper, but it had a sort of gray blush tone behind. So that's sort of the pink that's coming through. And I almost like that. I might wipe off a little bit more in places,
Yeah. Yeah.
even though
No,
it isn't in the photograph, really. But
no, I think so. Bringing that color, I think that's good. To me, lowering this, I almost feel like, you know, if you lower the value, meaning like making it a little bit lighter, I feel
mhm,
like this picks up almost a sense of smoke rather than cloud.
mhm,
So I
mhm.
feel like by making it lighter and bringing maybe some color on this edge right here, I feel
Okay.
like it's gonna
Yeah.
push it higher.
Okay. That's great.
And I love the greens, the farm. This is excellent, fantastic, beautiful, anchors everything. Nothing here that, you know, it's just perfect. The green cast is beautiful.
Great. Do you think the blue in the sky where it peeks through is too much?
No, I think that's good because you need that accent color because everything's neutral and
Okay.
yeah, sort of like being mostly neutral range. And I love that this kind of like peekaboo turquoise, it's a super strong accent color. Not at all. In fact, I think it's a perfect backdrop.
Okay.
Absolutely. Just I think it's a beautiful color. I would not get rid of it. You know.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to keep working on it.
Thanks, Julie. And
Enjoyed
thanks
this.
for-
Thanks so much.
yeah. Thanks again for the podcast. That was amazing.
Okay, and the most patient of all, Mia.
I'm so sorry, Mia. Oh my gosh, please. I'm sorry. Okay.
That's all right.
Oh my gosh, I see the photo right now. It's incredible.
I know. And this is torture for me because I just could not create those colors.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I think I have something to say about that, because sometimes our pigment, the particles or the dyes or the chemicals that go inside, they can only achieve a maximum pigmentation or luminescence. The fact that they're mineral based or even synthetic, it's so hard to get to that level. And you should know also this, that sometimes something from online, or even if we have a photo on our phones, or when you print it, the ink in the laser printers, it's synthetic, and it can achieve a much higher level of luminosity than actual pigment in paint. So sometimes it feels frustrating because we want to achieve that kind of like brightness and neon-like effect, and paint, because of its nature, will not provide that. So don't blame yourself, because it's the nature of the synthetic the aspect of either the pigment or the screen or the camera. So yeah, but having said that, we can do a lot. Oops, sorry. We can.
I want to just throw it away and find a blue and white sky.
No,
Start again.
I think no, never. I think that, I mean,
I will.
the way I just love the fact that you translated the image and it looks so pictorial and painterly. It's so much superior than the photograph. I mean, the photograph, I mean, I've seen so many, but I've never seen something like this. So that in and of itself, it's just remarkable. But I love that you got rid of the buildings. I think that's really good, and it just gives more. You give more space. So compositionally, there's something really nice about what you did. And then let me just tell you, the way you painted the buildings, wonderful. It's just a really good. The fact that it's not blocked out entirely, that slight transparency that makes it look almost like burned. I feel it even conceptually gives this idea of almost like dystopia on the bottom, and then this amazing rainbow thing happening on the sky. So there's something really beautiful. What I would say in that sense are these. Oh, I realize. Okay, so I see that there are some palm trees that are in front of certain buildings. And the way you treated the palm tree, you merge the trunk with the building naturally, because this is the light's coming from behind, and then you really can't see. But I would argue that perhaps if you bring darkness to anchor, it would separate it from the trees, because right now it feels like the trees are
like it's on top, right? Okay.
On top of the buildings. So purely from the sense of perception, even though it doesn't happen on the photograph, but I would definitely kind of like just bring a separation between the building and the canopy of the palm tree by just anchoring them, and it's going to look much more sort of like the geographically contextualized, the palm trees and the buildings. So I feel like it's going to help you just bring in another layer.
Okay.
But other than that, I just love the way it's painted. I think the different heights, the different separation between them, I think it's really excellent. There's nothing more that I would add to that, because otherwise it would take too much attention away from the sky. So in regards of the sky, so this kind of like organization, it happens when the sunset crosses a threshold, the level of the sky, and then lits the clouds from underneath, and then it just creates this incredible effect. But mostly what we see is also perspective. The clouds that are further away from us are smaller, and the clouds that get closer, they're bigger. So I feel like I would possibly enhance this idea of, even though it's not super clear here, but I would enhance the idea of the light having more of a directional point, because I feel like you have the blues right here, and it just kind of like breaks up that idea of like sunset, the sun going lower than the clouds and then lighting them from underneath. So I would definitely warm up the clouds from underneath all the way to the buildings. So kind of like bring that, and perhaps if you have orange mixed with red, if you want to try, because I feel like the value, it's very light, but if you bring, if you bring like orange and red mixed together, perhaps, just to make it a little bit darker, but I would lit that underneath of the cloud from the get-go, from like right starting it from the building. So
okay, I was trying to make an orange, and look at that, it turned out muddy. It's just mud. So I have to I have to mix different paints. I have like these water soluble oils, and then I have very few, just the basics of regular oils. So it's okay to bring in some of the water soluble oils into this.
I don't know, Mia.
I'm gonna do it and I'll let you know.
Yes.
Because I have more like orange, orange out of the tube to start with, real orange colors.
Yeah.
So, because this was all done with just pure, just like, regular blue, what was it? Regular blue, regular red, and yellow and white.
Squeeze that orange. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel I would just bring that, because I love the colors that you have. I think those are beautiful, but I would just complement what you have and experiment with executions that are slowly building. So when I say squeeze, I mean squeeze the tube, just put it on the palette and then just add a few filaments on it and see how that interacts with the rest. If you like it, then expand the filament into more of a band or a ribbon.
Okay.
But the premise is that directional light, I would say, from the lower right, and it kind of like projects in a very diverging way, because I feel like you have this really beautiful purple in between. Yeah, and I would just bring purple also. You did it, but I would expand that area, the purple area in between the highlight, as you move diagonally away from the bottom right. So there's something about this again, rhythmic. I mean, it's not that clear, but definitely there's more space right here than there is on the right. So I almost see that there's a kind of like a spacing or radiating, and especially this cloud, it's a little bit more purple. So I would just, because right now it's equidistant on the left.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna add in all the other paints I have and see how much it changes it. Yeah.
And if this is helpful, forget about color, think about structure and how it spreads out. Because if you anchor on the premise of structure, then color doesn't seem as important.
Right, right.
The color could be random. I mean, this is the color palette that you have, and that shouldn't impede you from continuing, developing it. It shouldn't be the thing that would kind of like bring a painting down. I look more at.
You're right.
Okay, so yeah, give it a try, because I think you have like a great, a great rendition, translation, great image also, by the way. And bring those kind of like, if you have cerulean blue, if not, just a regular blue with a little bit of white, and bring extra pigmentation, because I feel like what's striking right here, it's the contrast between the dim light on the buildings and then the extreme pigmentation of color
Mm-hmm.
on the clouds. So perhaps, just bringing more of that like blue, like Lois, that she had like an extra
Right.
pigmented blue, can also kind of like help you take it up a notch.
Okay. Yeah.
I love the trees on the rooftops, Mia. This is Claire.
Yeah, but it's not trees on the rooftops. It's palm trees on the ground going all the way up.
The pink. I love the pink. It's so pretty.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. I love the brush strokes. This area really, it's amazing. The strokes and the yellow, the pale yellow. I love this the descending line. You have a lot of really beautiful elements. I think you can kind of slowly build on what you have, but definitely don't. Yeah, it's just.
Don't beat myself up.
Yeah, don't do that, and don't throw it away, please. I beg you, because it's phenomenal and it's a great starting point.
Delicious. It's delicious already.
It's cotton candy.
Yeah, no, give it a try and experiment with the colors. That's a good way to kind of like safely just bring more pigmentation.
Right, this is, of course, looking at a computer, I'm looking at it at different angles on my computer and it looks completely different. I highly recommend looking at it when it's darker at a different angle, because sometimes it looks really flat and bland to me, and then I'm like, oh, and in real life, what does it look like?
Yeah, no, I mean,
It's a little muddier in real life.
Well, I love that. Yeah, I love how it's organized. So I think it's
all right. I will work on it.
And I'm here to help. So if you work on it and you upload it, I'll bring some notes and I'll try to be as helpful as possible.
Okay. It was really hard.
All right. I think, I think that's good. If anyone is here and listening, that's your last chance. So please speak up. Sometimes with groups that are a little bigger, we kind of like miss pointing someone out, and I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. Okay. Thanks. So please speak up or chat or text and let us know if we missed your painting or your process. But
I think we got everybody.
Okay, perfect.
Never hold your peace.
All right. Yeah, that's the expression. Yeah, thanks so much.
Okay. See.
Oh my gosh. You guys.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I know you guys have to go and we have to go too. But thank you for your patience. This was fantastic. I enjoyed so much. And I'm going to send the recording as soon as possible. It takes a little bit of time. But thanks for sticking with us and listen to the podcast. It's just going to make you happy. 100%.
Okay.
So
okay. Hey, Julio, I just wanted to let you know my brother-in-law is obsessed with mushrooms, so I gave him my mushroom painting. He loves it, and he sent me this email about exactly what kind of mushroom it is and a whole history that I didn't know at all. But he loves painting and super excited, and anyway.
That is very rewarding, Claire.
Yeah. It's like he knew more about what I painted than I.
Your painting was beautiful. Beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, it's part of the Alice in Wonderland series. I'm going to do a whole bunch, but
I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm so happy. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. If you have any mushroom paintings that you've finished, we would like to feature them on the gallery. So please.
Okay. I'll let you know.
Yeah, use the platform. It's there for you guys. We get tons of visitors and views online. So we just want to make a push to have as many paintings that we create as possible. So
sure. Okay.
I know Lois has a few that I haven't posted yet, but I will. So
I don't know how you're going to top this assignment. This was amazing.
I don't know either, Claire. We'll see. Oh, I know. I will. Okay. It's the first time in 10 months that I already know what we're going to do next week. So
what?
Really, yeah, I know. It's just crazy. Maybe I'll change my mind. Just I wanted to...
Well, can you give us a hint?
Yeah. So next week is let me just give you
Did you just think about this, or you planned it?
No, I just got a notification because I think I got a notification from the calendar. I marked it last year. Um, oh my gosh, let me just
Past year.
yeah, last year I just put it in the calendar. Let me see. Hold on one second. You may either love this assignment or you're gonna say hell no. So it's just gonna go either way. Um, I have no idea where I have it.
Babalu is very curious. He wants to
Let me
know.
see. So once a year, you guys. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I can find it. Come on. Okay, here we go.
Say hi,
February.
Babalu. Say hi.
Oh, I can find it. Anyhow, so once a year, in a church in London, you guys, all the clowns in the world that can make it there gather together to do a service.
A clown convention?
It's not a convention, it's like a mass, but it's not like the typical mass because they just rent the church, but you have to see the images. And they pay tribute to the figure, I think it was Grimaldi, the figure that's considered the creator of the clowns. There was someone in the 1700s, I believe. I think it was Grimaldi. Every single year in the first, I think it's the first Sunday of February, I believe. It's amazing. It's amazing. And
So we're going from clouds
we're gonna
to
do
clowns.
Yeah.
Okay, you gotta send that song that I thought it was last night. And then the clowns, Julio.
And then, so we're going from I've looked at clouds from both sides now to send in the clowns.
Yes, both Judy Collins, and
We've done
yes.
right, perfect. I think it's just
I don't know if I want to paint clowns. I don't know. I might not.
well, let me just tell you that the last
Very
time
interesting, Julio. In a church?
I'm sorry.
I'm
Laura?
saying very interesting in a church. I mean,
Yep.
never heard of that.
Yep. And then they just do their performances. It's not religious. It's just hilarious because they and I just find it so amazing. They've been doing it for
Well, they won't do it this year because of the pandemic.
Oh, you're right.
Or will they? Oh, in England too. It's tough out there right now. Right?
Yeah.
You know, you can get images from previous.
And actually, I love it so much that I sign up for their membership, the World Clown Organization. So I'm a member of that thing. I'm serious.
That's
I want
great.
to support them because it's usually people that, yeah, well, you know, we can talk more about it, but with, you know, they're not very rich. Clowns are not rich people.
They're
just put it
not.
this way. Okay, so
Watching baskets.
say that again, Mia.
I just started watching baskets.
Oh my gosh, how's that?
It's great.
Amazing. Yeah.
Oh,
And
That's
so-
one reason I didn't go into clowning, because of the money factor. It's true. I love clowning, but I mean, I don't know how to do it, but yeah, that's a great idea, Julio.
well, listen, I know that it's gonna be a subject that I forgot if Darlene loves it or not, but I know that this is gonna be something that's gonna trigger emotions. So
Darlene has issues with clowns.
okay, yeah,
She
I know.
probably won't do it.
It's not
Yeah,
just.
she won't even do a sunflower because of it.
I know. Yes, I know. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh well, we'll
But
see.
that's okay. It's a divisive topic.
Yes.
You know, it creates contrast and
Yeah.
drama. I probably won't do it.
Well, let me just say that the paintings that we created last time we did this a few years ago, they're spectacular. So if you kind of like are able to transcend the actual subject and look at it from a painter's point of view, it's a very good approach to portraiture that has nothing to do with skin color, and it has to do with other stuff. And I treasure those paintings. I have them in my studio. It's
They're
such
so
a,
amazing. Your paintings of those clowns are
Yeah, they're really great.
my favorites.
and the sadness and the gesture,
Yeah.
it's really, it's really, anyhow, I'll just,
Oh, can't wait.
maybe it's gonna be different, but it's gonna be, I think we need to do something a little bit cheerful. No, I don't know if it's cheerful.
Well, have a great weekend, everyone.
Yes. Thank
This
you
was
guys.
fun.
Epic session.
Yay. Bye.
Hi everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay
Thank you.
dry.
Thank you. You guys are